Hello and welcome, everybody. Let's do a quick audio check and make sure that we're okay. We're good. I think our audio is coming through.
All right.
We're about ready to go here. We're a little bit later than we hoped, but we don't want to make the teams wait a whole lot. So let's go ahead. We're going to kick this off, and then we'll kind of explain the background, the challenge.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at what the contestants are doing. So I'm looking over at our production staff, and we'll see when they give us the heads up that we're all set to go. We will count them in. So the teams are going to be pulling up an internal web page. There are 2 matches happening at the same time right now, right? So we've got our... Okay, go! It's live.
All right.
Oh, and now let's hurry up. Oh, no, we're not. You said it started.
This is a live
All
production.
right. Yeah, we're still figuring this out. And unfortunately, the person who's going to switch our video over so we can see it, what they're doing is running back to his desk right now. So
putting the live in LiveCTF.
It is all kinds of live.
It looks like we got the downloads.
Their already downloads are going. We'll pull up and take a look at their screens here in just a second. So all right, we're gonna take a look at we're looking at next year's organizers first. So the 2 teams that we're looking at. So again, there are 4 teams playing this particular challenge. The challenge binary is called Challenge 2, right?
Well, Annelid is the name of the challenge.
Binja.
We got a Binja user. Last year I think it was all Ida, right?
Yeah, it was or Ghidra. There was a couple of Ghidra, but there was So right off the bat we have a Binja. Okay, so we've got 4 teams playing. 2 of them you can see on our separate live streams, right? Mm-hmm. So there's no commentary, there's no audio. You don't have to listen to us, but you can just see the 2 contestants in the dedicated streams. I'm looking over, making sure those look like they're going good too. So everyone's hacking away. If you're not familiar, LiveCTF is a head-to-head competition. We're here in the middle of DEF CON CTF. All the teams are gathered around us, and 1 player from each team comes up in this bracket tournament. Fastest to solve wins and moves on. We have kind of like 2 tables going, and they're each like head-to-head matches, right? So 4 players. 12 total teams, right, this year? I think we have in our bracket, and so the first 2 rounds, 2 hours of competition, you're going to see 4 teams you've never seen before each time, 2 on a casted table that we're looking at, and then 2 on the other streams. Let's go ahead and talk about like the challenge because they're already kind of getting into it.
We already see both players are jumping into the RE. This isn't a very large binary. It is several nested functions. So you can see right now they're starting to annotate the different buffers because each function has its own buffer. There's a couple of buffers that they can see. Okay, this takes input, and they're trying to understand the relationships between this function. There's one function that's very clearly larger than the others. That's where the action's at.
Canonicalized, just looking at this one right here, maybe?
Yeah, so if you're familiar, this is a challenge called Annelid, and it's a throwback to the MS-08067 bug, which if you're a historian...
Or old.
It was the bug that was used for the configure worm. So that's where the name came from, and this is basically that same kind of bug. So it was in a Microsoft NetPath canonicalize function.
Yep.
Was it?
Yep.
And this was an interesting bug for a number of reasons.
Let's actually, if we look over, I think we're looking at Cold Fusion right now. We can see there. Oh, they just switched back. They were looking in Jeff Debugger, so we actually had somebody's first dynamic analysis session kind of integrated.
Yeah,
let's see if are we losing video? I might have to actually hop off to help with some of the video setup. That's kind of my. Do we lose video? Are we okay? Oh, we're good.
It's hard for us to tell.
I know it is. So. Yeah, so just for reference, we might be a little bit off from what the stream is looking at. We're kind of going back and forth between them. Thankfully, they're both kind of looking at the same stuff, right? They're bouncing between retarget, they're bouncing between canonicalize. So the MS-08 bug, was it an IIS one, I want to say, or was it in, I forget what it was actually in.
I want to say it was an RPC.
Okay, RPC DCOM, I think. And
if I'm not mistaken. But so this was an interesting bug because this was right about when stacked cookies were introduced, and this bug actually worked despite stacked cookies because the bug itself in this function, it was referencing a buffer that was in another function. So a stacked cookie doesn't save you. And that's exactly what we have here, that sort of setup where there's buffers being passed through functions.
Okay.
And so the players are really going to have to understand what those relationships are to get the overwrite correct.
So we're already seeing, actually, if we switch over to next year's organizers, we'll see they are already working on their Sol script. So we're up, and then, of course they're back and forth. But you see they're looking at, I'm allowed to root for them just because they're using Binja. I think that would be unprofessional of me, or maybe it's extra professional. Yeah, here we go. So look at their solve script. We can see they've already got. I think everybody comes in with their Pwn tools framework already up. That's the one constant. Different RE tools, different debuggers, but like everybody's got Pwn tools for writing their throwers. So
seems to be the common thread.
Yeah. So retarget, repath, handle input.
So there's 2 different buffers in play, and we could see that in the script that they're writing.
Yeah.
Is that they're going to send 2 buffers, and right now I expect both competitors to pretty quickly move to that debugger phase to understand what are the relationships of these buffers, and then they'll have to figure out the bug. And so the heart of this bug is if you are given a path, it tries to canonicalize the path.
Yeah, forward slashes, backslashes.
Exactly. And so the going up a directory, the double dot slash, it tries to canonicalize that. Now, the bug here is...
It would try to canonicalize and then forbid it, right? You weren't supposed to do it. It was like a counting bug. At one point,
it tries to like go back up a directory and like look forward and back and and turn those double dot patterns into what it should be. And in this case, if the buffer starts with that dot dot slash, it'll actually start to look before
terminal,
the buffer.
could not poacher, could not find. Extra says 0. Okay, so not extra.
So you can see they're trying some stuff right away.
Yeah.
Looks like a cyclic pattern to try to get an offset. I didn't see if they got a crash.
I didn't see a crash. It was X is 0, so I don't think they're actually going to crash out of that one.
My guess would be that they're just trying some path traversal looking stuff to see if they can trigger.
Yep. Before they fully understand. Yeah, I don't know that I've seen them yet get the full logic of it. And as you were saying, like, there's a little bit to it.
Yeah. And this was lifted straight out of somebody else's disassembly.
And actually, over in Cold Fusion, so they're actually making a struct now. So they're creating something more than just a straight buffer. Is this a complicated, or is it just straight buffers, or is there?
It's pretty much just straight buffers.
Okay.
So there's the function itself, the canonicalize function, does have a bit more meat to it, and so I think that there'll be a little bit of time, unless somebody gets lucky and sort of triggers it.
Yeah.
There might be a moment before somebody triggers a crash.
And it is kind of interesting, too, because there's sort of like these different approaches, right? We see a lot of people that will come in, purely statically analyze until they really get it, really understand it, and then just throw that one targeted bullet and get it right. And then other people just kind of like spaghetti at the wall. Oh, that's stuck. Let's move forward with that. And so I think certain of our challenges I expect one to be better with, and other challenges I expect other to be better with. So back in organizers, we're still looking at no crash. I still don't see bad pass.
Yeah, I think they're trying different stuff to see what sticks. If we look at Cold Fusion, though, they're starting to really label all of the variables in this target.
So let's bring up Cold Fusion. If there we go. Our producer's on board with us. All right, we got them.
So they're starting to label all of these, and this is the thing. This function's got a bit of complexity, and it uses a number of variables for bookkeeping to try to tell, like, okay, this is where the current dot slash is, and this
the start
is where
of it, the end of
slash,
it, and you're tracking forward. Yeah.
So there's a little bit of
kind
bookkeeping.
Of like read ahead and
even if you have the source code, it takes you a minute.
I think, well, this is sort of like the perfect size because this is, so we do have like speed run challenges. If the teams are going to go for 45 minutes without any solve in this particular challenge, we have some like real fast, like just buffer overflow go essentially, or very similar equivalents for which nobody wants us to get to. We don't want that to happen. The teams don't want that to happen because it's even more stressful and it's less skill involved. It's pure speed. But you never know. You never know like what's going to happen.
It's true.
In fact, oftentimes what will happen is both of our off-stream ones will have solved it, and then the two on-stream are still working on it.
We've definitely seen that. You never know.
Before, so.
And we can see on the next year's organizers, they are already looking at the checksec, what security is on this binary.
Yeah.
This is actually an easier one. I mean, it's a straight stack buffer overflow. There's no position-independent executable. And there's a win function. So pretty much all they have to do is get the overwrite, drop to win function, static address.
Put the pointer in,
game over. Play.
So and that's one of the like sort of levers we have internally as we're testing things. Like some of our challenges, we don't give them those primitives because finding the exploit itself is easier. Some of them, we want to make sure that they have the tools to like. That's not the interesting part. We want them just to like, if they get it, they win.
Yeah, we're usually not trying to be too hard on the competitors.
No.
Here. They're under a lot of stress.
And we do, and we have to solve it ourselves. Although I will say they have it harder because, like,
for sure.
when you're racing head to head with a person literally across from you, it is much more difficult. So, all
Yeah, there's always that. You're wondering how far are they? Have they found the bug yet?
Yeah. Do they get? Oh, I did see a little bit dynamic. Okay, so we're back in dynamic on Cold Fusion. So we're stepping through it.
And that's more my style. I'm more of a dynamic guy personally.
Well, but so their dynamic is interesting because they're not writing their framework to do it. They're interactive. Like all this is interactive. Whereas we saw with organizers, it was very much get the pwn script. So once organizers gets it, figures it out, I think there'll be really a short path to like landing it in the payload. But it may take them a little longer to actually find it, just because I think I do feel like Cold Fusion's really trying to understand it. They spend a lot more time in IDA. They spend a lot more time marking things up and annotating.
Yeah, I saw a couple of different patterns that they were playing with to try to see if they could trigger the bug or get a crash or
interactively, right? They were just typing into it just to try a couple of things. So I haven't seen yet anybody. I mean, you tell me. Like they're poking at it, but I don't see anyone who. Well, so there's pointers
setting
here.
Some breakpoints.
Okay, they're just using breakpoints. I see. Just okay, and that makes sense. That's kind of what you were. And we're seeing that too with Cold Fusion, right? They're both just setting breakpoints just to understand the state of things a little better.
And I think that that's actually a really good strategy overall. Is that if you're putting your breakpoints in your solve script, then you do less copying later.
Yeah, and less chance for error, which is actually really common. We've seen a lot of people had otherwise working solutions, and they mistype something, and you're watching them lose a match with just the wrong value, and you want to tap them on the shoulder and be like, no, you copied and pasted the wrong thing. Or
we've all been there.
Yeah, we've all done that too. And again, that's where the stress of it kind of comes in. So while they're kind of doing this, you keep an eye on it and tell me if you see anybody kind of making progress on it. I want to talk bit back our quals for people that if you're just tuning in, if you haven't seen LiveCTF before, we've got several years of kind of history now, but we have two sort of modes. We have our qualifier round, where during the DEF CON qualifiers, we actually take inputs from all of the teams, and every team will submit challenges, except instead of getting copies of their screens and looking at what they're each doing as we're doing here with these competitors, we are actually just running their solutions. So they don't submit an answer, they submit their whole solution script. And so we run it on our infrastructure and verify it, and that gives us sort of the same introspection, the same ability to analyze and talk about and look at what teams are doing for all of the competitors during the qualification round, as opposed to here where we just have, just get their HDMI output and get to watch kind of what they're doing.
Yeah, getting to see the artifact is helpful and it's cool because you can compare across teams. It's not quite the same as getting to watch your screen, though.
A little more detailed when we do this, but it's also a little more intrusive, and we don't have a good way to, over the internet, guarantee that we can get everyone's. Yeah, and there's another handicap all the teams are having to deal with, too. They all have to be at 1080p. They have to plug into an external display. They have to mirror it, which throws off aspect ratios and can make things a little bit more annoying. So everyone's kind of now, they all have to figure that out. And there may be even some that the video didn't get quite right, so we may have a little bit of letterboxing. But no one's allowed to run with their 4K, custom, crazy. It's got to be all. Is that your laptop?
I've got a 4K. Oh, man.
Listen, enjoy it while you can, because when your eyesight goes bad, I didn't have glasses 3 years ago on stream, so it picks up. I'm
going to point out that I think that one of the things that I liked about the next year's organizer setup is they've got the stack view on the right-hand side. They're using Binary Ninja.
Yeah.
I personally think with this kind of challenge, when you're trying to manage those stack buffers and understand, where is the right, and see
and it's not
happen.
A default setting, right? That's not how it
no,
out
they
of the box.
That.
They specifically brought that up.
Yeah.
To do that. Yeah.
I see somebody starting.
Let's go back over to Cold Fusion because we might actually have a little bit of progress from them.
I think they're starting to get close to the bug based on the patterns that I'm seeing on their input.
Oh, so yeah, I want my next year's organizers to do well with their Binjo, but right now I'm leaning towards Cold Fusion. We'll see.
We'll see.
You
never know, right? You can.
We've seen a lot of come from behinds, and it's hard to predict.
That's true. Though I think that in this challenge in particular, I think that there's kind of two big steps. One is figure out the bug.
Yep.
The second is what overwriting do you need to do?
Yeah.
Because it's not the standard.
Yes.
There's a buffer in the local function, and you're just going to go straight up and return out.
Right.
It's like the buffer is in another function.
Passed as a pointer, and then it's going to be
that level of indirection is a little bit more confusing, but I think that these players will definitely be able to handle it.
I think somebody pulled a fire alarm or a fake fire alarm. And I'm hoping it's fake. We'll see if we get escorted out of the building.
I bet
but I think there's somebody trolling.
DEF CON is a pretty colorful environment.
Yeah, we get a little bit. And it is a new facility, so this is a new venue for us.
Completely
We're here in the Las Vegas Convention Center, and it's massive. It is so much bigger. than any of the other places we've been in years past. So I think we're coming up on the first hint. Has the first hint gone out, or is it close to the first hint? Because we might want to. Okay, 5
minutes.
Okay, good. This is totally fine, right? Like I don't sweat or get nervous if we have to give her a first hint. If our second hint is like, oh, things are a little tight. But yeah, we'll see if they need that. So we've got a couple more minutes until that comes out. And I am also curious. Reminder: you can check out our other streams. I wish, you know what, I actually can. What am I talking about? I can pull up the other stream.
Oh, really?
On my assuming the internet works well enough, because it's actually been really network. I mean, you never know what you're going to get with the network at DEF CON. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes it's unusable. And this morning it was on the unusable side, unfortunately.
I am very curious how fast the fastest solve is going to be for this.
It is a little even nervous as an author of like.
You don't take a breath until the first person solves it.
Yes. As soon as one person solved it, you're like, all right, well, it's not my fault. They need to hack
somebody
harder.
figured it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's doable. So I am seeing, and again, that the canonicalization, as you were saying earlier, is like the ... it's related to it. So we are seeing in the solve script from Cold Fusion, we're seeing directory traversal style strings, and so that definitely looks like they've got more of a handle on kind of where the actual bug is.
Right.
And we'll see if they can then now figure out how to actually trigger it and then also land it given the sort of indirection that's going on.
Yeah. And that's, and like I said, the bookkeeping is a little bit tricky. This is a non-trivial function to reverse from the binary, because really there's a number of variables, but the crux of the problem is that it tries to look for the ... and then look ahead to where look back to where the previous ... was, and that's the heart of the bug. Is that if that happens at the very beginning of the buffer, then instead of looking back to where it should go,
get some other piece of memory, like it can go too early. Yeah,
before the buffer, and then it'll keep going up until it sees a slash, and then.
Interesting. So now, did you have to, like, in particular, manipulate memory in your challenge? Like, I could see that requiring some, like, in the original bug, it may have required some special, like, manipulation so that you controlled, like, a destination to not go too far, not cause, like, go off into a page or something, or...
Yeah, the original bug...
Oh, well, by the way, over here on Organizers, I'm starting to see single dot slashes. I don't know if they're escaping as wrong.
The original bug was much more powerful because it had a lot more going on, but I actually think that it was that kind of thing where you supplied a buffer, and then it was like a sub request or a secondary processing that would come back to it. It was, I'll be honest. Here we are, 15 years later, trying to dig up the original analysis of the bug. It was not easy.
No, and there's not often a lot that were done. And you said at the beginning we were, we really like these sort of like reboots, or there's different names for going kind of back. That we did that in CGC several years ago, and it's kind of a common thing, right?
Right. This actually was a rematch challenge in CGC. I did not use the code from that.
Deb was just here too. Literally Deb Nuttall, who was the author of those rematch challenges for CGC. Was hanging out here just like a few hours ago, so we'll have to shout outs to Deb. Hopefully, she said she was going to go enjoy Vegas. She spent so many time running CTF, playing CTF, doing CGC, doing so many things. She was like, you know what? I'm actually going to go find out what Vegas has to offer. So for once, she's going to go and experience that with her family. So that's good for her.
Understandable.
I will say that I like some of the I'm always criticizing the Binja versus Ida things. Although I saw that Cold Fusion was changing things manually on a couple of them too. Sometimes do you show the character as a character or as a hexadecimal value or as a decimal value when there's like these single byte comparisons? Different tools kind of take different approaches. And it is kind of nice when you're not seeing 5C or 5E, whatever the hex code is.
Yeah. So I think that Cold Fusion, they're looking right in the spot that they need to look. I think that
It's interesting that they're checking the disassembly too,
right? And
they're dropping out of the decompilation, and
very valid. And something I'd actually it's hard to tell right now because they're moving very quickly.
Yeah.
Something I'd be interested to see after the fact would be to compare the two decompilation views and see, does one of them present this better than the other in terms of understandability.
Yeah, well, and it is interesting though that I do really like, even with the stack view up on the organizer side, they still also have the disassembly a little bit to the right, so they have to scroll a little bit to see it, but they've got the disassembly kind of there as well. So they're keeping their terminal and their debugger on one whole screen as opposed, and then all the decompilation and disassembly. Whereas we're seeing Cold Fusion is splitting the debugger and the decompilation.
But this
is
something that I kind of expected to see for this challenge because it's got the sort of old C's style. Like you don't use functions as much as you use like pointers and then just like
pass pointers around.
Yeah, it's like a while loop with the check against a null or like against a count. And so that's why I'm not surprised to see the assembly come up.
Yep. Well, and I think too, especially when you're in the debugger a lot, right? You sometimes want to go back and forth just to like kind of resync up where you are. There are several different plugins and things that do that, but it is nice to validate and pull up your disassembly and your debugger.
Yeah, that's a technique that I actually have expected to see more of for a couple years now, is that using the embedded debugger. IDA for years has had a pretty good integrated debugger.
It just had one for a while. It's gotten a little bit better, and Ghidra now has a debugger as well. So all three tools have. I do still mostly see people using external debuggers a lot of the time, and there are even other plugins that will just synchronize your. What's that? All right, so the first hint. Are we going to go tell them and remind them? Excellent. Okay. So the team. So we may see them. I didn't miss it if they went over to it.
Organizers saw it at least.
Did pull it up. Both teams may have already kind of known that. Okay, so why don't you tell me what the first hint was then, if you remember.
That's a great question.
Okay. Hey, Josh, can you remind us what the first hint was? What happens if the path begins with a backslash? Okay.
That's the oddity here, is that it can't just be directory traversal looking where you start with dot slash. It needs to be that
backslash and then a dot.
Right.
Yeah. And it's so close over in organizers because I see that like the escaped dot and then an escaped slash.
Literally one character away from stumbling onto the crash right away.
Just like put one other dot in there. Oh, and let's actually go back over to Cold Fusion because I'm seeing they're now actually working on their Pwn script, right? So this, my money's on them at this point still too, right? Because this just feels like they may have figured. I don't think they would have gone here if they didn't think they have an idea. We'll see if it's right.
Maybe they're just trying to, feel like, okay, let me focus
change something up, and it could be. It could be.
Write the script. Maybe something will fall out.
Try a different approach.
I can't see if they have. Sometimes people will use their Pwn script to pop a debugger window, and I really like that approach.
Yeah.
It looks like they've got the TMUX set up to have that nice paneling or painting.
Yep. I forget what they call it on TMUX. Yeah, panes or panels. I think they're panes. I don't know. Part of it's screen and TMUX are different ones. Okay, so. I'm seeing a cyclic or De Bruijn sequence or whatever you want to call it in next year's organizers. But I didn't. Okay, they were they did just flick over. I saw it that time. They did just double check the hints. They're like already ready for their second one. I forgot to finish pulling up the. Oh no.
Yeah, I think that the.
Hey Josh, which one was that on? Okay, that's funny. Yeah, so apparently there was a funny typo on the other stream. I'm going to pull up and just take a look at real quick just to get a gander. Again, you can go to the YouTube and pull them side by side. Get fewer next year. Oh, I love that Get Fewer next year is using Ghidra, it looks like. I think it was a Ghidra.
Always good to see that variety.
Just so we've got we literally have one of everything in front of us now, too. A little bit of diversity. So no solves yet. No, that was IDA. That was an IDA one. It's just IDA with a theme. Kind of the dark theme that looks a little bit like Ghidra's. Okay, so and their team name, Get Fewer Next Year, is just how we abbreviated it because some of these teams are trolling us with their incredibly long names, and we're just not going to say the whole name. I call them the organizers, even if the full title is Next Year's Organizers.
Right.
And we've also got okay, I can read this under here, right? So if this works, we'll get fewer for next year because last year, of course, the team title was if this doesn't work, we'll get more next year, which is a clever name. It's just a mouthful.
That's a lot to say.
When you're going back and forth checking out the
it looks like they're so close.
It's like just hit an extra, just stutter on your period.
I think that Cold Fusion definitely knows that
they're doing the same thing.
It looks like both teams are doing kind of the same thing, which is they're trying to understand the size of the buffers and the relationships of the buffers.
But they haven't actually triggered.
I don't think that they've triggered the bug yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it is kind of a weird one. Either you'll you'll end up with classic stack buffer overflow sort of thing where you just clobber way too much, or you could get a copy that just doesn't do enough to like really be noticed. Depending on, because the two buffers do matter, the relationship to each other and the character that's being looked for matters.
I hope the second hint points them in the right direction. We'll see. I don't know if that one's actually going to make it. Sorry for bumping the mic there, everybody. I don't. Hopefully it gives them that last little bit and gets it through. I am like the decompilation's pretty clean at this point. They've both marked up, and there were symbols right for a lot of the functions.
Yeah, we see Cold Fusion just is getting that really big. They just dumped a bunch of memory to try to see that stack, and I think that this is something that I have struggled with myself and always felt like is kind of a gap in the tooling.
The tooling, yeah.
Because even with something as nice as Jeff, it's like, should it be this hard?
Yeah. Yeah, something with a little better of UI where you could explore it more easily versus like Jeff is like, great, it printed me more context, but I still have to manually go type a bunch if I want to like see earlier or later, even from that buffer.
And the other thing that I hope to see at some point this year, I've been wanting to see it for a while, is somebody that has a pretty good command of reversible debugging. Like, it's 2024.
Now, but so what are the options on like a Linux L file, right? We've got RR. I guess.
Is what I would
expect. Might work there too if somebody has their product.
I mean, in theory, you could set up GDB to do it, but
does GDB have built-in?
GDB has a recording, and depending on the architecture, it can use PT ostensibly, Intel PT.
Yeah,
but you got to set it up, and there's definitely a lot of question in this kind of environment. Do you trust your tools to be able to work with the weird CTF challenges?
Yeah, when you're working so fast, you might not get it. Let me pull up. So I've looked at you get fewer next year. Let me pull up the other team, which is in position 2. No, that was it. Position 1 is Super Dice Code. Okay, so we've got one more IDA with the dark theme from Super Dice Code as well. And it looks like they're working on. I don't see their payload yet either, so I'm hoping we can get them. Somebody just needs to type maybe another dot to get a little further, or.
Yeah, I've got
part of it's
a good feeling.
Everybody's just too young. They don't recognize directory traversal. A buffer overflow and a directory traversal seem like very different things, right? They don't seem like they're related to one another, but
this was, so this comes from the day when buffer management was much more of an issue, and actually this kind of bug was found in other software too. This exact kind of thing where it was trying to canonicalize, and then when you have the two sets of ... might have even been an Nginx bug, too, where you could end up looking before. But this is common bug pattern of the time, maybe not so common anymore.
Certainly, I think it's less common. We've gotten normalization is I don't want to say solved, but it's a little more understood, certainly for paths and for URLs and for targets like that. There's just libraries now that are pretty solid. Cold Fusion. Let's make sure we're looking at Cold Fusion here. I think we have somebody getting closer. Let's see if they have time to finish it and land it. Okay. So they're doing a couple dot slashes. Then they're going to spam a bunch of.
Depending on what else is on the stack and what their other buffer is, you can end up with either an uninteresting write or a crash.
So we may not see a crash, and this is where writing in the debugger is not a bad idea if they assistant breakpoints to kind of look at that behavior. If they really do understand it, they wouldn't need to see a crash. If they understood what was happening, they would just want to look at it to verify it. But so closer, but not yet confirmed that they're there yet.
They look to be looking in the right spot in terms of like where to debug and figure out where the copy is happening.
One of the changes we made from the first year of LiveCTF to the second year last year was we used to decide on hints like kind of more on the fly. We write it like, well, does one team know, is one team not? We don't like if we would try not to give a hint that one team had, and we would like, well, when do we do the sudden death? There was a lot of like discussion about how all that happened, and just as a matter of fairness, I think we made a good change where it is completely out of our hands. It's fully automated. The infrastructure drops hints. The infrastructure drops the other challenge and says, sorry, start over, speed run. Just because that way we're not unintentionally being unfair to one team or another. They know in advance. And, sometimes you could say, well, we made the challenge too hard if they weren't able to solve it. Sometimes they just had a bad day or a couple teams couldn't get it, and that happens too. But either way, it's sort of regimented. I wish we had unlimited time. We could let teams go for longer, but we really have to balance the number of rounds that we play over the whole weekend, because we have to do sort of a bracket with the difficulty of the challenges, and with, if they're all trivial ones or not interesting, it's boring, it's just really who can type the quickest, that's not fun either. So we don't want to go to our tiebreakers. We don't want to have ones that are that fast. So it really is a balancing act. And I think one of the big changes we did make last year that we're keeping this year is the double elimination. So actually, their payloads both look really similar. We're just watching them.
I think they're getting on the right track. I see the organizers are looking for that next hint to drop.
Checking the page, which I think is wise. It might be coming up here a little soon. We're going to be 4 more minutes, before we've actually got the next hint coming. So not long.
And I would say that from the challenge author's perspective, it can be very difficult to try to understand exactly how hard it's going to be for someone else. I mean,
absolutely.
we have someone else test solve.
We test solve, but that person, one, is usually not in time crunch, and two is usually not like, some people we'll try it for 30 minutes, and they'll think about it for have an idea, they'll come back and it took me about an hour, it took me about 30 minutes, or it took me about you kind of get an estimate. It's not the same as somebody who both is under the pressure of the clock, and also with good and bad, right? For some people that makes it harder. Some people will like it. They're going to work faster, be more focused, versus when we're just kind of casually I have to get the solve, and I have to give an estimate of how hard it was. But every one of our challenges has been solved by at least one other person, and approximately in a time frame we think is reasonable. That's the other thing, is that honestly, everyone playing is better than we are at solving. Honestly, in terms of the speed competition, we could not compete at this at this level, right, and at this speed. For certainly, especially the higher tier challenges and the people that are the best amongst the competitors here, they're very, very good. And so it's hard for us to know, if it takes us an hour, was it going to take them 45 or 50 or 30 or 20 or
Yeah. That's always part of the game, and we are trying to have a variety of difficulties. This was one that was just definitely a question mark. Could have seen this one going really fast.
Yeah.
Somebody gets a crash right away.
I'm still seeing. Okay, so Cold Fusion has forgotten the first hint. Right.
Well, there's two.
Is the second hint up? We just saw.
Did we see a second hint?
I think it's.
If we did, it was just for a moment.
Yeah. Organizers tends to be really, really fast on reading.
So, the thing to keep in mind when we're looking at these, the debuggers here, is that it's asking for 2 separate buffers, but then depending on the path that's taken, the sort of good path at the end is that it's going to print a concatenation of the buffers. And that's not really the bug, but it's kind of the idea is that you would put the 2 pieces together. And so depending on how the buffers are laid out and what part of the code they're looking at, we might actually see that concatenation, because again, you have to have this sort of trigger bug in one, and then you have to catch it on the other buffer is kind of how it goes, because you're going to look before one and get back up to the other, and then the other one sort of is start here and then copy.
Okay, so it's the number of characters that are either slashes or dots or not will determine how far in it's going to go back into the previous buffer, essentially? Or?
The dot slash is just going to cause that look before.
So, by the way, let's while we're looking at Cold Fusion, see, I only see them with one buffer there. I only see the shot call that they're doing. Where is
their function has 2 arguments, the target and the path, and those are the 2 buffers.
Oh, was there 2 that they were calling when they called shot? I missed there were 2 parameters there. Do we have a sense of how any of the other teams are doing? I'm looking over at our production staff to see if they've been able to get a sense of if anybody else is close, if we've got crashes, or I think we might be ready with the tiebreaker on this one, unfortunately, just because if no one has even for sure got the bug at this point, it might be tight to land it. And now just a point that each match can independently go to the tiebreaker for this round or not, right?
Right.
So we may have one team solve it in either split. That round instantly ends. They've won. Their opponent doesn't have to keep playing. They can go go back.
Two
and
matches
come back
independent
to
of
the
each
right.
other.
But then the other match will continue until solved, or go to the speed run or go to the tiebreaker as well. So.
All right. See. Organizers hopping back to that page. I don't know if we're at the point when the second
the second hint definitely dropped, right? Is it just now? Just now. Okay. And then
what
we have
was
10 minutes left. What was the second hint for this particular challenge? We'll get our secondary. So we have just to shout out to everybody that's involved here today. We've got again, I'm Jordan, and we got Mark here. We have also Carl, Zeta2, you all are very familiar with, and Josh, who's also been on the team from the beginning. Oh, okay. Here it is.
Here we go.
Here it is. Let's watch it. If the path begins with a backslash resolving a previous directory, it can cause look for backslashes beyond the start of the path.
Yep. So that's giving them the, hey, it's gonna start looking before the buffer, which is exactly the bug trigger here, and so hopefully we'll see somebody turn that into an overwrite shortly.
And I haven't seen. I didn't notice if Cold Fusion loaded that page up or not yet, but they're are they? They're still looking at their debugger.
I don't know that they have checked for the hint.
And I don't know that they. Yeah, it may or may not help them or not too. We'll see. So. We read it. We saw it. Thankfully, yeah. We asked our production. Josh was coming to roll it. Like, it's a long hint. It's a lot of words, but thankfully, organizers were able to leave it on screen long enough for us to keep an eye on it.
So at this point, even and so that's the heart of the bug. But as I mentioned,
there's still a sort of challenge left, right?
Yeah, you got to understand the relationships, and I think, especially for organizers, the question is taking that idea and knowing where exactly it's happening in the disassembly. It takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But they look like they are. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, interesting. Are they doing like sort of a scratch pad of what they want the? No. I'm not sure why they're
Maybe
escaping.
They're constructing a GDB script.
I don't know what that is. So I don't see either one necessarily holding anything left. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a peek over at our other streams and just see what.
I see Cold Fusion is stepping through right now, and that's.
Yeah, we haven't seen as much of that. Like actually step understand.
Exception raised, so they. I think they may have just triggered the bug. This is either that or it's a bug in Jeff.
one of the two. Something.
So because they got the backtrace up.
That exception raised. List index out of range.
Yeah.
I can see that going either way, or maybe both. I kind of like the pauses though, right? Like sometimes, they're in a speed match, they want to hurry, and you just need to stop and think about it for a second. It can be really hard to do. So I sort of like that they're stopping, they're thinking about, they're looking at it. We'll see if it goes in. One of the things I've seen over that get fewer, if this works, we'll get fewer next year. Is again, I mentioned all the teams are sort of handicapped by this similar limited screen size that we've given them. They're using a zoom tool just to be able to have zoom in, have a little smaller font, and look at things, which is actually nice if you're watching what they're doing too. So even if you're following along, you can see what they're looking at on their screen. So I wish all the teams would be doing that, because that would really help us to know what they were chewing on.
Mac? I know the Mac's got a real nice.
Is it the Mac one? I can't tell. Unfortunately, we're at potato resolution right now. We're on the DEF CON Open Wi-Fi. And the iPad.
I really feel for Cold Fusion, because I can tell that they wouldn't do this to themselves to have their debugger squash so you get as much line wrapping as that we're seeing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know. Everybody gets a nice big screen at home, and when you're on a laptop, you gotta kind of make do. Even organizers have the same kind of half and half with the terminal and with
yeah, I'm a single screen guy myself.
Oh, and I didn't even comment. This is Jeff versus Pwnbag too. So we have the IDA Binja split, and we have the Jeff and PwnDBG. So They've I don't know if it's necessarily a vote for each tool or not.
I think it really comes down to what are you comfortable with.
No, there's personal preference and what you've learned on, or yeah, exactly, what you're just used to in general.
So I think that it's just kind of like everybody's gonna see the same sort of tricks, and it's like if Jeff implements something, then somebody's just gonna say, "Well, I want that."
Quite often, yeah, it ends up getting landed in both. Although I will say, I like the color scheme better in Cold Fusion's terminal.
Now we're talking about the stuff that
we're
really matters.
Yeah, we're really getting far afield. Let me go back to.
Man, this is a tough one. I
think we might.
I hate to say it,
but
we might be looking at some overtime.
I think we're looking at overtime here. Uh-oh. Somebody clapped. I don't think it's any of our participants. Just some
probably
random person.
Main CTF.
Yeah, somebody was psyching up their
elation.
Their competitors. So Super Dice Code is checking the hints again and running through. Let's see. Senda starts in. Okay, 600 seconds. So that's about 6.5 minutes.
600 seconds is 10 minutes.
10 minutes? No, that's right. Is it 10 minutes?
Right.
600. Actually, 300 is 5. Okay, I can't math.
Look, math under pressure is difficult.
We're under the wire here. Don't ask me what my major was in college. Right. So just about 10 minutes left. Okay. So we still. I mean, this is still very doable.
There's time. As I said,
it's
once you can get an overwrite, it is very short distance to win. You just have to control the return address. There's a win function in the binary.
I'm sure they've already seen that.
No ASLR.
Although sometimes they forget. We have seen in the past where it's been so long in the challenge.
I would feel bad
that they start writing a payload and then they've forgotten
I think,
it. But
if nothing else, I can see in the IDA window
literally
here
on the IDA window. It's still there.
The win function name is visible.
It's
so
literally there. In fact,
there's not that many functions here.
Yeah, we'll see how it ends up going. So, oh no, we're gonna get trolled here by Chris Eagle. I think it's coming up just to enjoy the. We're in the middle of it. We got our first round going.
Talk to me, man.
Well, we're waiting on it. The team's got to pwn harder, right? Hack harder.
Is it two?
So we have two 1v1 matches going on right now. So no one's got it yet. We've got about 10 minutes left before we go to the sudden death.
Cold Fusion's close.
Cold Fusion feels a little closer.
They're debugging right in the right spot.
Yeah, their payloads looked closer. They hit closer in their payload earlier, right? And I don't even see.
Okay, and I think that I was seeing what I expected there, which is you kind of get the ... //, and then the other buffer is different. That's kind of the pattern that we want to see here.
Now, does the number...
Oh, now they're reducing the font size to make it
more room.
Oh,
yeah.
Gosh.
Feel that pain. Okay, they're stepping through.
Next year's organizers keeps checking that clock to see if they can just get some mercy from overtime.
It's happened before.
I feel that.
I think it might be in their best interest if... we have somebody running over people on the...
I almost got ran over myself by a forklift earlier today coming out of the bathroom.
It gets a little crazy. Some of the folks coming through. All right, so... Yeah, I'm not seeing our other rounds. We might be writing some more sudden death tonight if we go through too many today. We'll see how it goes. You never know. Could just be this one. Why is it flickering? Oh, they're hitting next or continuing.
Going through a loop. They're watching the copy that's happening. This is what I want to see right
really
here.
Close,
see how they've got the two arguments, and they've got the slash on the end of that one. That's telling me that they're trying to figure out the relationship.
They understand it.
Yep,
right.
They can see that they're catching the slash somewhere. That's what it's looking for is a slash, I should say. They feel really close.
Watching it build the buffer there, yeah.
Yep, see they've got the overwrite happening. Stepping with incredible speed.
Holding enter, I think, is a technical term for that here. But yeah.
That's one of the other the difficulties here is that these buffers are sizable.
Okay. So this is where go until is real handy, right? I just want to go into outside of this loop or
a little bit of a breakpoint action.
One of those, yeah, exactly.
Breakpoint next instruction, boom.
Breakpoint would have been nice. Oh, there we go. They just that was a watch point, I think that they said.
Yep. And that's actually something that I feel like doesn't get enough play. Is that sometimes the difference can be just how good are you at doing some of that power debugging.
Yeah.
I feel like it gives you a leg up in a close competition like
yeah.
this.
Well, there's different. I mean, there's all sorts of there's the familiarity with with pwn tools. There's a familiarity with your reverse engineering tool. There's a familiarity with your debugger. There's familiar,
Right.
So I think there's these sort of different skills. I'm just keeping an eye on organizers. I don't see a payload there that looks like what we would want to see. So I think you were right. I think they're looking for the mercy killing on the sudden death. They're hoping maybe catching a break. And I mean, ironically, they're checking the sudden death faster. So if it actually gets close to it, they might have a few seconds. We do announce to all the teams, I believe, when the sudden death happens, we let them all know. Because actually, I think we have to bring the server down and redeploy it, which requires us to run a command. So I don't think it's instantaneous. And Carl maybe will look at me and nod if that's correct.
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
So that is indeed what's going to happen. So you don't really, other than being in a mental state where you're more prepared for it, you don't really get any advantage to be checking that a lot. It's the a watch pot never boils kind of thing. So
yeah. So at this point, I see Cold Fusion really just trying to manipulate their buffer sizes and try to control what's going to get overwritten. That's a good sign.
Very close. Yeah. This is one of those. It could be 30 seconds and it could be
Right.
10 minutes, and you don't know. I hope for your sake, well, and their sake too. But I hope it lands it, because it feels real good when somebody lands your bug.
And so they're
look
again,
stack
we're seeing Cold Fusion here doing a lot of work to understand that stack layout. And it's one of those things. It's like it's a pretty standard thing.
Yeah.
In a lot of these, it's just that many CTF challenges, you're talking about using the buffer that's already local to the function.
Yeah, in that
it's
function.
super
it's very
common.
unusual to have it be. We're refreshing it. So we still got 4 minutes left. And organizers are hoping that's not the case. Keep an eye on everybody else. I don't even see Super Dice Code as having a pwn script. They mostly look like they're living in IDA still. Unless my stream is old, because I am watching this one on the stream, so it could be I'm just getting a really old view of it. Ironically, people at home might have a better connection than we do to the stream, because the download here on the Wi-Fi is really bad, but the upload, thankfully, on our game network is good. So we've got hopefully good high resolution. Let us know in the chat if that's the case. And that actually reminds me, I should have brought up our chat too on something else. In case people are making comments, we missed it. I apologize for not keeping an eye on it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, exactly. Karu, Benjan, day one.
Benja's shout out.
So Metro Z, I mean, the teams know in general from that instruction page that they were looking at. And I apologize if you asked this quite a while ago, because I'm just now catching up on the chat. But the teams know that they're going to do this head-to-head competition. They know the category, so we specifically told the teams this was a pwnable challenge. We've got other upcoming challenges that are in different categories throughout the day. In fact, particularly this day. I think tomorrow is a little more traditional. I forget the exact split. So they knew like which team member to send, right? So
right,
if you know,
because
like,
there's a mix.
Yeah.
We have traditionally been pwn heavy, but I think this year we've got more variety.
Yep. So a couple of different categories. So you may see some people that we haven't seen even from teams that are familiar. And maybe that one of these teams will send somebody that is more skilled in one of those other categories. Thanks, Peter, for letting us know. Yeah, he says the resolution looks good to them. So yeah, our view is not so good. Oh. Sorry, there's some trolling going on behind us. Bad Bossy, the full schedule should be posted, I believe, on our
Sudden death coming up in 2
minutes. 2 minutes for sudden death. Oh man, this
really
is
hoping
like,
we
this
don't
is really
see
close.
that, but
well, I think we're going to see a sudden death for sure,
regardless.
whether it's on stream or because I think Cold Fusion has a chance. I don't know, just from the little I can see from Bring Fewer and Super Dice Code. Actually, I can't tell. They could be. They're looking at debugger choices too. I'm literally looking at our little preview is real bad. We see shapes and colors, maybe no words.
Can't read.
No.
I mean,
you can tell what tool they're using from
right
the
there.
color scheme. That's about it. Yeah. So who knows how much progress they're making? Oftentimes the off stream, especially these first matches, right, where it's not like an upper and lower sort of the winners and losers bracket, but there's just all the teams playing. Quite often, the one that's not being streamed solves first. Like that's not at all unusual. which makes sense.
Yeah, we've seen the full gamut. We've seen people finish in one competition, solve in 15 minutes, and then the other side go to overtime.
You go to overtime. Yeah, exactly.
You never know.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's also the thing that it feels bad as an organizer if we have to go to sudden death, but also it's just you can't control it because even what is easy to one is not hard to another.
Yeah,
People
who knows?
glitches,
Maybe just one different person maybe solve this real quick. And especially with this challenge. And I think that this was there's different kinds of challenges sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes you can see what to do, and it's just figuring it out.
Yep.
How to do it is hard.
26 seconds. So it's 26 seconds until our next sudden death. So I think, we're definitely looking like we're going to be moving to sudden death. So the folks behind the scenes, I'm glad I'm not the one on the keyboard over there. I know this infrastructure at least.
It's tough to go the distance.
It is. Yeah, I definitely hope we'll bring you some more matches. All right. So yes, in fact, we've already seen organizers are ready. They're getting ready for the new a new challenge.
I will say, though, with Binja users, you don't get the really depressing, like, do you want to save the database? No. Close out.
Well, you do.
On
like,
the IDA side.
Yeah, no, you do in Binja. It asks you when do you want to save. Like when you quit, if you made changes, it'll ask you if you want to save.
Maybe it just doesn't feel as sad.
It doesn't feel like a sad button? Okay. All right. Note. All right. Okay, so they're announcing to the teams right now, that we are going to sudden death. We're telling that this challenge will be much easier. It's a bummer. We apologize to the teams. We would have loved to have seen you solve it. We know you would have too, but it is what it is. So they know to go to this webpage. They're gonna be refreshing it, and when the infrastructure. So we literally tear down and restart up the whole infrastructure. So just for context, behind the scenes, we've got several different like Docker images that are kind of being brought up, and each team has like their own. Script to run, like when they win, like they get shellcode and they have to run a kind of a particular command, and each match is obviously separated and isolated, right? Because we want to know which team solves between the pair of them, and you want to kind of instantly solve it. So we have on the server like a log of when something was solved. We don't have to go back to the VOD and scroll through to see the timestamp of when something happened. We can do it live, so you can see the team's kind of preparing a little bit. We're just keeping an eye on them. Oh no, I can feel the pain on Cold Fusion. Still scrolling through because I think they really were close. Yeah, I think they were.
Oh man,
they were getting ready. Whereas organizers are there like, all right, just give me a new one. Give me a new one. I'm ready.
Rolling in.
Yeah, roll the dice again. Exactly. See if we can get some a better roll this time.
Yeah, I got to give a shout out to the infrastructure crew. Like this is not easy to run.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces.
We're good to start sudden death.
All right. So teams are being told
that
to
was
restart.
It was the dump. Do you want to pack the database?
Do you want to? The database save with the pack. Yeah. Do you want to? You have so many choices. You have to think about it.
Yeah.
I guess Binge is just save or don't save. So maybe that's.
But
why
there's
it feels
one
less.
choice that's the saddest. It's the no, I don't want.
Yeah,
it.
I don't even want to keep it. Did you happen to see if they saved the database?
I didn't see.
I'm curious.
Oh, looks like.
I think
downloads are rolling.
I think you'll enjoy talking to them afterwards. By the way, I think they're really gonna be close. Challenge not set up correctly. By the way, Josh. Okay, so there's a bug there. Sorry, folks, we're working on it.
404 not found.
Yeah.
We got to work on the 404 page.
So you were just giving kudos to our infrastructure. You jinxed them.
Look,
how did you jinx them?
There's a lot of moving parts, and running any kind of game is difficult.
Okay.
We heard the magic words from our infrastructure folks.
The OSH, that one? Yeah.
That indicates that maybe some troubleshooting will happen.
All right. So there'll be a couple minutes here while they fix this out. The good news is the speedruns usually take 5 to 10 minutes. Like we have unfortunately had to do a tiebreak for a tie. I forget what happened with the one.
Not last year.
I thought we had one last year that went.
It's close. I thought.
Maybe that's what it was. It was very close. I don't remember exactly. But
the one that stands out in my head is literally just gets.
The challenge was called just gets.
Literally just gets.
It's called just
gets.
And yeah,
as you can imagine.
Yeah, it was gets.
Gets. Buffer.
Straight into a buffer,
stack.
and you exploit it. I don't think any of them are quite that. We've maybe upped the bar a little bit, especially because people know to expect that, and I think are maybe ready for it. But they're meant to be very, very quick. We don't want anyone to spend too much time and to run out on these. But we do. So just for context, we actually normally the planned start for the event today was 11 a.m. and we're in Las Vegas, so we're in Mountain Time here, right? Or no,
Pacific.
Pacific. It's Pacific. That's right. So 11 a.m. was the start time. There was actually infrastructure trouble. We mentioned this briefly earlier in the convention center. They actually had power out for several of the teams, and so they had to wait for that to be restored. And the main DEF CON organizers didn't want to, like, the second power comes up, all right, go, try to figure things out. They wanted teams to make sure that they all had their infrastructure set up. They were connected to the network. They could test things. And so they gave all the teams a minimum of like 1 hour of setup with power. They thought that would be the only fair thing to do. And so that pushed their start time back until noon. And because our original start time was going to be noon to 1, and then we're going to have a break from 1 to 2 when we could eat. So we'll have to figure out how we're going to eat.
Yeah. I love eating.
Well, let's see. I think actually, are you on camera next? No, you're
next. Yeah.
You are next still too. Okay, good. Okay, so
Jordan's going to eat, and I'm going to be sad.
Then I'll be eating. Actually, I'll probably be running the production. Actually, I'll be the one switching views. So we'll do, the good news though is that as long as we get this this Pwn challenge up the next 5 minutes or so, even 5 to 10 minutes, we should have enough time to finish that, get the next team up, and basically be kind of on track for the rest of the day still. So we just go in behind the scenes and we update the team names on all the positions and on the website, and then we go.
Yep.
And we maybe try to get a few more things like some hold music on our load pages. We should better ambience. So.
Priorities.
Yeah, we'll get all that stuff done.
And that's what I was saying with the infrastructure is things always go wrong.
Yep.
And if you're just watching the stream, I'm sure you see a hiccup or two, but you really don't see the level of things that go wrong and the massive adaptations and overcoming that's happening.
Yeah,
every year.
The cable that didn't got missed and the last minute Best Buy run for the backup cable.
The loop deck misbehaving.
Yes. Yeah, we still have a loop deck that just won't work. Normally what would happen is we would be able to control the views. So when we're talking at a particular teams, we'd be able to kind of cue that up, but not so much there. So, hey, reverse sec welcome. And Galen, this is not part of the challenge. My number one rule of writing challenges is don't make the challenge, make the challenge part of the challenge, not the finding out about the challenge part of the challenge. There are other maybe CTFs that don't have that design goal in mind, but there's a website called The Many Maxims of Maximally Effective CTF. Have you read this before? Have you seen it?
I haven't heard of this.
I wrote this a long time ago with a couple of folks. I think Tyler from PPP at the time and Alex Taylor, of course, who we both know very well. We wrote up just a document, just with some like best practices for writing challenges, for running events. So things like how we said internally, every challenge we field, at least one other person on our team has solved it. Independently with no foreknowledge, it had to be solved. That's just sort of like one of those best practices because you as the author have tainted knowledge. So the number of times where an author's like, oh, this is way too easy, and everyone else is like, no, it's not. Like you knew what the challenge was, so of course you thought it was too easy.
Yep.
But it really helps to have that. So there's a lot of little other advice, but it's I'm trying to remember where it was on my CapTF website, which is kind of down now-ish. There's like a mirror. It's just an IP address. So if you search for Many Maxims CTF, it'll come up. Google knows it. I do see Carl and Josh are furiously working away. We have the two right people for the job. This is actually intentional. It's one of the reasons that we don't have Carl. I think last year Carl and I were the two that were on camera at the start, but one reason he's not is because he does more of the infrastructure. So Josh, Glenn, and Carl are the three main.
Very intelligently chose the people who knew more about the infrastructure to be running the infrastructure to start.
During the first challenge in particular, yeah. So, and I guess the good news is we've gotten this kind of out of the way, so hopefully we'll have the, if this happens again, it'll be, we'll figure out the hiccup and get it solved. So we will see how it goes.
Yeah, you never know what can be the thing that's going on. If I recall, last year we had a problem that stumped us for a while, and it was the difference between dashes and underscores. Remember that?
In our infrastructure, our naming convention, which to this day drives me nuts. Like Python naming and modules, and for Python 2, it wasn't valid to have a module name with one but not the other, and I think 3 then fixed it. It's I did that one all the time. I actually had to go back and. Just recently, I did something where in writing up a blog post or something, where I went back and normalized. It was a blog post with a bunch of images, and I normalized every file name to always have whichever was hyphens or underscores. I wanted to pick a particular one. So hopefully this gets. All right. I'm honestly surprised it's taken them this long, because I expected it to be. They're usually very, very quick and usually know what the trouble is. So yeah, in terms of problems we've had, one year we had a bad HDMI cable that completely destroyed our ability to see one of the team screens. The second year we had 2 laptops die. We had like a power surge that killed last year. So we were literally unable to we had to, like, swap them out for backups. Like my laptop was video streaming and Josh's laptop was game infrastructure. So we even brought a spare that's, knock on wood, not in use yet, for just kind of spare equipment. So we'll see. I do see. I don't think we have. Yeah, we're not looking at the other teams, but they are pulling up the challenge. So CHALLONGE. I don't know if the LiveCTF main website links to that.
I think it's updated.
Did we put it on? Oh, it's the wrong one.
So if you're following along at home, LiveCTF.com, we should have the bracket being updated, showing who's coming up next. And
I'm trying to remember if that's in there. Yeah, it's so slow for us. I can't even verify it. I think you can also go to LiveCTF.challenge. It's like challenge, but with an O instead of an E. .com.
Very confusing.
And if you pull up one of the, I think it's under events or tournaments there, if your internet at home works for more than just upload, which ours is not here, you can follow along. In particular, so you'll see the times that every team is playing. You'll also see there's a table 1 versus table 2 annotation. So if a team that you care about, that you're interested in, and you want to see them on the casted, or you want to see them on the not casted, you can tell, because table 2 is the ones that are not currently being commentated in table 1. I think some people said last year, I kind of liked it when you guys weren't talking. I could see the full screen of just the team I wanted to watch, which I totally understand that. You lose some of the context, but
got a mute button.
It didn't hurt my feelings too much. Because on the table 1 matchup,
you switch back and forth.
We switch back and forth,
That's
and it's
right.
not always visible what any given team is doing. So it is nicer when it's to some degree it's recorded. We've tried different setups, and we've thought about pumping our audio onto all 4 of the screens and letting people choose. YouTube killed the multi-camera, unfortunately. They used to have a feature where you could actually stream all the video at the same time and let you as a user could switch in the UI. It would have been so good. It's so good. We need to find somebody else that can implement this.
Well, last year we had a setup where you could get the 4-screen
the side
view,
by
right?
side. It was just the 2 or 3, and it would just be embedded iframes. We just embedded iframes. Yeah, it was another website that just would throw in the separate YouTubes. Okay, I think we might be ready. It looks like they're talking to the teams. They're explaining what's going on. So, hopefully we've got it.
So
Mason, were you able to hear what happened? Do you know
what's the fix?
Do you know what they've got resolved? Yep. I'm going to go switch our view real quick, so I'll be right back. Just so we'll be ready when it starts.
So we're talking our competitors through right now. They're putting their earmuffs back on, and counting down, and
they went live.
Ready to go.
So there we go. We can watch them. We got a new challenge.
Oh, see, I love this.
I got it, Carl. I put up the 3 up. So we're
Cold Fusion, getting the jump, realizing that it takes several seconds to use a download window, just using wget. Love that.
That doesn't take several seconds.
You say that.
All right, so we're back in binaries. I mean, Binja, though, with that drag and drop. Binja with a drag and drop. You want to talk about saving seconds. You want to talk about saving seconds. No OK button.
I broke down one of the challenges last year, and there was a difference in about 10 seconds between when one challenger opened a binary and on the other.
Yeah. Now, did one of them use Binja?
No.
All right, so this one looks like a sandwich making one. Actually, I don't know who built this this one, so we get to figure out the solution too. Make a sandwich, clocking out, show current employee, maintenance mode.
So I saw an fgets with a static.
Oh, cool. This is a Rusty one. Yeah, so Rusty
with a static size. Kind of wondering, maybe it takes a buffer that's smaller than that size.
Yep. Okay, so now Cold Fusion's over here creating our state structure.
Okay.
And so we've got some sort of like, time card system probably, right? So we're going to have a...
I normally don't use the multifunction view in
Binja. Yeah, you do a single function view.
For something like this, when you've got that
real
many small
little functions,
that is pretty nice.
Oh, that's a...
Looks like we've got a pretty simple structure getting passed in here, which is what was driving Cold Fusion to declare that structure.
Great, that's the structure. I don't see. Okay, so we've got dynamic. Okay, so organizers are actually running it dynamically, checking for format string bug. It feels like a blind guess. I feel like they're. No, it's not a terrible idea though, because these are meant to be very, very fast and easy. So it is possible that some of them could be faster to literally not even open it in a decompiler, but just poke at it, send a couple inputs, and you might actually get lucky. But there we're
Definitely,
seeing, okay, Cold Fusion's got an fgets.
Really two ends of the spectrum, going through and declaring, statically declaring the
structures,
and then the other side, like, I don't know.
I'm just going to run it and put some percents in. I love me some hacker, but yeah, and again, honestly, for a speed run, I think that actually favors the hacker. For like a tiebreaker like this, where it's meant to be very easily, but not always. We've definitely seen people get stuck on tiebreakers, whereas the person that took a little longer methodically worked their way through it, got it.
All right.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go. This is probably
somebody just
right
found
here.
system.
Okay,
Okay, so Cold Fusion just noticed. I don't even know if I've seen. To be fair, next year's organizers may already know that, because as you point out, Binja, you can see all the functions at a time. You don't have to manually navigate to them. So I'm curious now if.
Yep. So we're seeing the solve script go up for Cold Fusion.
Cold Fusion's working on a solve script. We've got a solve script in next year's organizers as well, but they're in a debugger looking for memory addresses. Rebasing the binary. So they're lining up the offsets. Yep. So they're getting that leak out, basing it. So I didn't actually see it being. They keep throwing in format string bug. Maybe it is actually a format string bug, and I just missed it because organizers really seems convinced
it looks like it could have been a printf with a bare buffer, no format string. Yep.
And the employee name. Oh, you're right. I just saw that over there in Cold Fusion as well. Right?
They're very fast. I got to say, it's very tricky when you haven't seen the binary for.
Yeah, and also when you're watching two people and you're trying to figure out.
Yeah, these competitors are very fast.
And I did see one of my pet peeves in Binja that the organizers hit, where they had to switch the view to disassembly.
So I see Pi, NX, no full railroad, no canary.
Yep, so it is easy mode. So in the debugger over here in organizers, we've got maintenance mode triggered. Did they get?
I see the %P going down on this side, so I think that's the leak, and then.
Yeah, so I think they're both getting the leak. Although I didn't, strangely enough, I saw them triggering it, but I didn't see it actually. So that's interesting. There's code after the system call in the maintenance mode is gated by this this check that I could barely see.
It looked like the struct had a member that was being checked, and it's probably, my guess would be, is that this member is not set anywhere normally.
Yeah. So you can just overwrite that local variable.
So you just need to get that variable to be, I think it was non-zero, but to pass that check.
Yeah.
And that is definitely what we would expect.
Okay, so here's
a fast.
And so now looking at organizers, we're seeing %P, %P, %N. So they're trying to now overwrite that length, and if they set that probably to a non-zero value in that member, if they've got the offset right, then maybe that's
perhaps
what they need. I don't know. We'll see who gets it first.
Perhaps defining the struct was worth the time this time.
It might have been. Yeah. That'll be interesting to see if it does pan out in their favor. Yeah, so you're still seeing not actually looking at it as a struct created. They could just hit S.
I mean, it was an offset of what, +1.
Yeah,
so
you can,
these are probably
you can
characters
easily see
in the struct.
You don't even need to treat it as a struct necessarily to see a member access. It still looks good. Okay.
So at this point, we're racing to get the format string to write anything besides the zero.
Like literally write
one
anything.
byte.
Yeah. This
is what this challenge
write
is.
Write anything into this one spot. Yep. And they should be.
Does Pwn Tools have format string helpers?
I think they do. It's been so long since I've written a format string bug.
It's been a hot minute. You know what we haven't seen in this match, which, if you weren't sure, it might be worth the 10 seconds to pull up ChatGPT or your LLM of choice and say, hey, I use this when I was writing one of the reference solutions.
For the really easy ones in particular.
No, if you forget how to do something in Pwn Tools, it can be really good to just yep, this is how you do it. It's faster than ringing the docs in some cases.
Yeah, that's true. No, I think that's using them sort of as smarter search engines for docs in particular, if they've got it in their training corpus.
Yeah,
so
especially for,
just like
for stuff like this.
Stack address. What are they?
Okay, I see.
Okay, let's go back to Cold Fusion.
Looks like they're using some power format string.
Oh my, yeah.
I love it. Power manipulation, and that's one of those things that, unless you were a hacker, you probably didn't know that format strings could do all these things, right? I remember the first time I read about it, I was, why would they do that?
To make the exploit easier, obviously.
But certainly the providing a number in front of the format specifier.
The count on it.
That is.
And we actually have organizers checking those. Speaking of the Pwn Tools docs, they could have asked ChatGPT. Maybe that's the.
Yeah, for anybody at home.
Uh-oh. Okay, press is interrupted. Sorry, I was looking back at Cold Fusion. I think they killed it. They're getting debugger. Oh, cannot access memory address at 1. So, okay, they're overriding a function point. Wait, is it a call or was that a. Okay. So they've overwritten a pointer of some sort.
Yep.
And what is that, though?
They just need
jump?
to get the offset right for the pointer.
Oh, no, hold on. Their move AL into RBX. Yeah, so their destination pointer is wrong. So they just need to put the, literally they need to figure out.
Pointer.
Yeah, use that leak and put the pointer back in there. I think they're pretty close.
Looks like the solve string.
But this is like a not
for next year's organizers.
Yeah, it doesn't look
like
far
off either.
Yeah, either. This again could go either way. We're definitely not getting a break. We're going right into the next match.
Get the bedpan ready.
You got your catheter. Yeah, we'll take care of it. We didn't have too much coffee this morning. Oh man, I feel bad for the players too, because this is like, it's so nerve-wracking when you expect you feel like you made a mistake, and then you feel like your opponent's gonna instantly jump up and.
I feel good about this one though. We got a clear path. Both players seem to know what they need to do.
They know what they need to do,
and it's just pulling it off.
Yep, expect them to both do it. Man, it's so hard to even follow. Like just the speed with which they know what they're doing and what they're going to next.
But this is one of the things that I really like about LiveCTF in particular. If you want to see some of the best players in the world, get those the non-commentated streams, and you can run it back at whatever speed you like. And
quarter
say, like, wait, how did they make that
pause
logical
it, rewind?
Jump?
Yeah.
I think it's a great way to learn.
Start and end payload. That doesn't make any sense. Not sure what's happening over on organized. Just payload that.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I think Cold Fusion got a shell locally, maybe.
Switch to remote. Send, receive. Okay, so they've leaked.
They expected a shell. You can see because they sent an LS.
They just didn't get it. Very close.
Yeah.
No, I don't think
Not
that would
sure
have been.
What's the hang-up
I'm
for
not sure
Cold Fusion, but they are very close.
Yeah. Okay, so they're going to throw a pause in.
And this is the most tense, the fastest debugging you will see when someone knows that they're so close.
What do we snap installing OQ? We actually send a vim command into our shell.
Oh, this is so close.
Oh no.
Oh, I think that they're debugging whether there's a difference between the local and the remote stack. Perhaps
did they actually land it locally? I didn't see that. Oh, there's a shell. There's a shell. That's it.
I see
They got it. Cold Fusion has it.
They need to copy their. Yep, there it is. Wait, invalid challenge.
Maybe. What? Okay, this is fine. This is a bug in the infrastructure. Good job. Congratulations, Cold Fusion. You guys keep going. Keep going. You guys keep going. So we have to make sure the other team doesn't stop. They need to keep going. I don't think so. We've got Josh. You're watching the other one, right?
Confused.
You're watching the other ones to make sure when they win, because they need.
The other match is over too.
Were they both over? We just saw Cold Fusion solved. Did the other table also solve?
Let's double check that we.
They may have both ended at the exact same time.
Whew. That was tense.
Oh, I think. Yeah, I think Carl's over there. I can't see anything blended. Okay, both
solved.
within
All right.
within seconds of each other. That was like the exact same time.
Wow.
All right, perfect. So that was exactly a little 10-minute solve.
Roller coaster of emotions.
All right. Well, I hope there's more Binja. I'll be sad if the only Binja drops out. But thank you to both of our competitors. It is super stressful. I'm very grateful that they took the time, come up and hang out. We're gonna go switch over real quick. They were 8 seconds away, so both solves were within 8 seconds of one another. And, yeah, we'll be back with another challenge. I'm going to go switch this off while you talk us out.
All right. Well, super exciting first round. Went longer than we hoped, but great action on all sides. See you next time.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to LiveCTF. You may have noticed that Jordan is no longer here. I'm here instead, and I'm here with Mark. My name is Carl, or Zeta 2. We are going to get the people started right away. So, players, we're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. And yeah, so this is the second match. We are doing something interesting here because we have, for the first time in LiveCTF, a web challenge.
I'm excited.
Yeah, and this is, I think this is going to be a quick one.
I see some AAAs going down already on one side.
Yep.
Ooh, and they got their burp ready.
Right. Oh, this is also interesting. We're doing web, so we have different tooling. We're not talking like IDA or Binary Ninja. We have burp, right? And actually, what I hope they noticed is that they also have the source code for this, so that they're not going blind.
I think they're just. I think Straw Hat is just going in blind. I
Yeah.
saw they're already just trying to replace some parameters.
I see. You saw they were trying a local file inclusion there. They're trying tried localhost URL.
It looks like machackeroni has figured it out.
Machackeroni understands that there is a oh shit. Yeah. Okay.
Might be a slightly different challenge than intended.
No. Well, so I accidentally noticed that there is a spoiler in the source code, but hopefully they don't notice it.
Look, both teams have access to the same information.
Right. Oh, I actually saw, if we go over to Straw Hat again, I saw that they were trying to set up a listener for and try to get a, like importing the RSS feed. So this is the website we're looking at is like an RSS feed manager or, something like that, importing RSS feed. So they were just trying to set up a web server and get a import going on from there. But I realized that maybe requests are not allowed from in that direction. But luckily, there is the internet. So we have things like request bin and things like this, which you could potentially use for getting this set up.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing that right now. Is they're trying to check another domain to see if that will work.
Right. So they're trying this. They have some kind of like request catcher domain, and now they got a different error message. Instead of failed to fetch, they got like an invalid RSS feed. And if we look over on the side of Machackeroni, on the other hand, they are like reading the source code. There's a lot of source code in this.
Wow.
It's like it's
a number of endpoints here.
Yep. And the way this is structured is like there is like the front end, your normal, actual front end in the browser, but then like the back end is in turn kind of split into like a front end and back end part. So like it's the front end of the back end where like the user interacts with, like you send your request and so on, and that section will in then turn make requests into the back end of the back end.
Gotta love web technology.
Yeah. It's kind of mimicking a like a microservice setup or something along those lines, but it's all like sorry, just saw there now. Now Straw Hat actually noticed
Straw Hat
that
is looking at. They got the source now.
They now have the source code as well. So they can now open it up and start reading it, and maybe they will. We'll see if they will notice this spoiler that I've actually left in the source code, and the cursor was hovering over there a bit. But
I think they're moving on.
Yeah, they moved on.
So this is a Python server. You said two pieces. Are we looking at two different frameworks or?
No, so it's just so. If this would be like let's say more realistic thing, these would kind of be deployed like a separate, like you would have this like front-end server and like the back-end server with the API and so on. For simplicity here for deployment, it's just one Python Flask application with a couple of endpoints. So some of them are prefixed with like API, and that's like the back-end thing.
Right.
And those API endpoints are very like straight up CRUD, like create, delete, and so on. without any validation and so on, except you need an API key. So the front-end server has an API key to talk to the back-end server. But with the idea being that, maybe if you manage to leak that key, you can talk directly to the back-end server and do stuff. Yeah.
So what's the what are you looking for right now, seeing that they're on the right track?
Right. So one thing I would be looking at is the way these requests are passed to the backend is through like there's kind of like a utility function that's like a make request thing. Because as we said, this application, right? It's an RSS import, like a feed manager. So, which means that apart from the front end doing like requests to this like backend API, it also makes requests out on the internet to like fetch the RSS feeds that you want to import. And you have like a single utility functions handling both those web requests, like to the internal backend stuff and the external like internet or whatever. And the idea there is that you can manage to create some mix-up. I see on Straw Hat's side that they are looking into this RSS parser library that I'm using in this challenge, and that's a complete red herring.
Just standard Python module.
It was just I googled Python RSS parser, and I mean, okay, I don't know if there are any vulnerabilities in this one.
Maybe we'll see our first O-Day on.
Oh yeah, CTF. Yeah, that would be cool. No, but the idea is like when I make challenges, I try to make them like, I don't know, make sense or like do something or like almost do something, So I was like, if I'm making something, I basically want an excuse to have an application that makes requests out on the internet.
Right.
So I need something. It's like, okay, importing RSS feeds, that seems fine. But then I wanted that part to actually work. So I just like, okay, let's just throw like an RSS parser library.
So it does actually work.
It does work. It will import RSS feeds and like list them in, you create a user, you can import an RSS feed, and those will be like saved into your user profile, and you can view those posts as well.
Yeah, I will say that I think that there is a little bit of an expectation, given that this is live CTF. We're expecting these to be fast solves.
No.
None of these challenges are expected to take, the 45 minutes that we give people. So it's tough. It's hard to know what's in bounds, but we would hope that for these challenges that we try to make it that it's more obvious.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what you're supposed to look at least within this file, right? You got server.py. It's probably.
Yeah,
probably
absolutely.
in there rather than a separate module.
Right, and at least here we are, you have the source code straight up, it's Python. I haven't done anything to make this, particularly hard to read. Like, it's, maybe not the highest quality code, but it's like not deliberately awful. It's just that because of the way it is, like it is, I don't know, 7 or like 500 lines of Python code or something. But you should be able to dig through this hopefully reasonably well. And if we do look at Straw Hats, I see they are like trying to put together like an RSS file or like an XML file that's like a valid XML.
Okay.
And maybe
that's
they
why
are
they're looking there.
so maybe they are looking in the direction of like when you think XML, I immediately think about XXE. Yeah. So that could be something that could be,
which is a classic vulnerability and something that you very well might see in a challenge like this.
Yeah. And actually, if we move over to mhackeroni, I see something very interesting where they tried something which I don't know if it worked, but it's like definitely not the intended thing. So what they did was like they registered a user with a username that was like a path traversal thing.
Okay.
And it actually, now that I think of it, it actually triggers a bug, but I don't think that bug is exploitable.
This is one of the things that I think is sometimes tricky with web stuff is there's so many different technologies in play. There's different kinds of vulnerabilities. It's not always obvious at first, like which part of this might have the vulnerability or like what kind of vulnerability.
Absolutely. And I mean, the web, I would say probably like one of the more kind of explored areas in terms of like different types of vulnerabilities and classes. And there's also like very well documented, like, you know, finding resources on web vulnerability. And there's like it's such a big world of vulnerabilities there. And yeah, it's like, and this is also like another reason why I have tried to not have more bugs than needed in this, right?
Always a trick when you're making these challenges to make sure they have just the right number of bugs.
Yeah. If we look at Straw Hat now, they are definitely trying the XXE. Yeah.
Going down that road.
I mean, maybe that actually works.
I mean, because for XXE, sometimes it can just be that like you're using a parser that it needs an extra config option to turn that off.
Yeah.
Like some are unsafe by default.
Yep. So I'm just trying to like I didn't test this library for XXE.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible that it is vulnerable. However, I'm wondering I think there is a path to exploiting this, because with XXE you can get like local file inclusion, right?
Okay.
And what they are looking for. So there's a debug endpoint on this web app that requires a specific password. That password happens to be stored in one of the imported posts of the admin user. So if you can read the RSS feeds of the admin users, this is the part where I couldn't really motivate the challenge design, why they're storing their password in an RSS post. But, you know, yeah. Anyway, all of this is stored in a SQLite database. So, in theory, I think
multiple paths.
You could then use the XXE to dump the SQLite database and get the password from there. All of this, of course, assuming that the library is vulnerable to XXE in the first place.
So I'm looking at mhackeroni here, and I'm seeing that they're. I guess my question is what are you thinking they're going to see that's going to give them that indication that it's this API key that's being passed between these two components?
So we can see now they've searched for session, and they're trying to look where the session is used and how it's used throughout this thing. To my knowledge, there are no problems with the session stuff. But you see that they're also kind of looking at this API key stuff and how things are handled in the backend. And
they got the invalid API key right in the middle of the screen there.
Yeah.
It might be the indication that they're wondering what's going on with that.
Right. It's like, why would you put that there? It's also like, when you're doing these kind of CTF challenges, there's maybe like a little bit of like metagaming going on, right? Like if you see something that's like weird design,
right?
Then it's like, okay, but why is it designed that way? Yeah. Why not just like a straight call to the Python requests library?
And as you said, some of the endpoints, they start with API, and that would be sort of the indication that there's multiple pieces that may be designed a little differently.
Yeah. But I haven't seen either of the players, looking at the issue or even looked at the part of the code that causes the issue. So maybe let's talk a little bit about that. The way this works is like it's using the Python requests library. I think we just lost the image from. No, we're back. Okay, we're back. We're using the Python requests library, very popular library to do like HTTP requests from Python. It has a feature called adapters, so you can like extend the kind of protocol interaction capabilities of the request library. Like a typical use case could be like add support for like some WebDAV or like another protocol. So you're basically you kind of like create this class that's like a connection handler kind of thing.
Right.
And you would say that any URL that starts with this prefix should go through this adapter. You can also do things, which is what I've done here, is like an adapter that just adds a header. So in this case, there is an adapter that adds the API key as a header. this adapter is configured to be used for all requests that are targeted against localhost. However, this matching is just a pure like string prefix matching without any parsing of the URL. And there's no slash at the end of this prefix. That's
to be localhost at.
All right. So if you specify URL as like localhost at your attacker-controlled site, it will believe that it's going, like it will add the API key and send it off to a remote server.
Classic.
So yeah, that's the intention here. But we'll see.
Straw Hat still going on the road.
Still
to
going
XXE.
on the XXE, right? Yeah.
It's interesting, and I saw them looking for references to vulnerabilities related to that, or XXE related to that module. And I didn't see anything that gave like a really clear indication that would suggest to me that they found, oh yes, this module does have an XXE problem. So we'll see.
Yeah.
If there's something that triggers them to look, I mean, hopefully if we get to the point where the first hint drops, then that might point them in the right direction.
Yep.
Because this looks like they're going all in on the XXE.
Right. And well, as far as I know, not the right path. But we have been surprised before on this show.
Have we ever seen an unintended solution on LiveCTF, like wrong bug entirely?
I don't think I recall that. So we had for example, like a reversing challenge last year, which is a bit more open-ended, right? There isn't necessarily like a single path to it. But I don't think in for example, a pwn challenge or something that we have had straight up someone using a different
bug.
Yeah. That's. I'm trying to recall maybe if there was that you could skip one step of the exploit chain or something like this. But yeah, it's also most of our pwn challenges are very small, so it's most of the time there's not a lot of room for a lot of different bugs, right? But yeah, if we look over at mhackeroni's screen, we see that they are kind of looking as well at this kind of path traversal in the username idea, which is an interesting one, and it's actually as we talked about before, it's exercising a bug that I actually didn't intend. So when you log in, it will call the endpoint, the backend endpoint of appending your username to the path that it's going. So you basically have a path traversal in the backend thing. The problem is that the only thing that really does is it fetches the user object from the database. Well, that's the intention, right? And then it checks your password and stuff. So if you make the backend return a completely different object, then the whole password checking will probably fail anyway. So I don't think it will work. Yeah, but
that's always something that's difficult as a competitor when you think you're on the right track and you're just not. There's nothing to tell you.
Yeah,
and you just got to go down that rabbit hole until you go and say, well, maybe it's not this.
Yeah. It's really the what do you call it, explore versus exploit, right? When you stop and go deep versus try to find different avenues. And I mean, this is something you encounter in just any kind of vulnerability research or pen testing, red teaming.
It's part of the job.
Yeah, and to have that sixth sense of this looks promising, I'm gonna stop and dig in this location. Versus when you give up and move on.
I think it's definitely something we see in the real world, but also with CTF, as you mentioned, there's a little bit of a metagame where experienced players are going to have a sense of what an author is going to do. Like you said, things that just don't look quite right. Yeah. Maybe there's way more code in a certain area than one would expect. Extra components, extra functions.
Yep. And if we look over on Straw Hat's page, I saw that they started doing, let's see if we can see it again, they started doing what I was about to suggest, because at the beginning it looked like they were going directly against like the live system, but I think I saw. All right, so we've just been informed that we have the first hint coming up in just a couple of seconds. So maybe that will put them back on the right track. But what I was about to say was, like, instead of just trying against a remote system, you can see here in the terminal, well, maybe it's not that easy, but they're just installed the library locally and they're like playing around with it.
So their approach here is that they're going to provide RSS content to see if they can get it to end up in an interesting way on the target page.
Right. So they start small with, like, we strip away all the context of the web app and all of that stuff, and we're just like looking at this library. If I fully control the input, do I get anything? Right. Because if you can't prove that, then there's no way to, expand that. Like, if you add more complexity, it's not going to be easier. And now we can see the first hint was released, and it said, how is the API key passed to the backend?
Great hint.
Yeah.
I think this will get them a little bit more focused on the intended solution here.
Yeah. And actually, if we move over to Mhackeroni, I think we just missed here. Like, now they're looking here in the this kind of API client setup. You see
There's
this API
class
adapter, and you see the I've used a little bit of like indirection here. You see the mount call, and there's a variable called API server. So I didn't put the string there like as is, to not like get their brains to like lock in on that. So I kind of like separated a little bit the different pieces. So that's going to be interesting to see if they can figure that out.
So that level of indirection, I didn't get a great chance to look at that bit of code. Oh, and we got our first solve. It's the on the non-commentated streams.
Right. So on one of our other matches, we had the RePokemoned Collections, I think, who got the win in their match. And so I mean, that makes me happy because I know that this is solvable.
Always good. Always a good feeling when you get that first solve.
Always good to know that. But then, so we're continuing here and we're following this match right here, and so we'll see if they can spot this bug, but. Yeah, maybe just like we can just go back, take a step back, and just add a little bit more context for maybe viewers who are just tuning in, right? So we are here at DEF CON 32 in Las Vegas, and this is part of the main DEF CON CTF. So we're doing this live CTF where representatives from each team are playing in this knockout one-on-one CTF tournament.
Speed, and this is all about speed, whereas the CTF, the DEF CON CTF proper, are probably some of the hardest CTF challenges you're going to see out there.
Right. You can have. I mean, I remember playing, playing some qualifiers for DEF CON and sitting all weekend with like one challenge.
One challenge.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's not what you do here. You sit for 50 minutes at most with this challenge.
But it's a nice mix, though.
Yeah.
I think it complements well. And so the winners of live CTF are going to earn points for their team in the DEF CON CTF proper, right?
Yep. So it's a double elimination bracket. We have 12 teams, which is not a power of 2, so some teams have a bye into the second round. But yeah, we end up with a stack ranking, which then is fed into the main CTF, and they will get points for this, according to some weighting system of into the whole scoring machine. But yeah, I think we could take a look at Mhackeroni.
They seem to be. They were looking directly at that adapter class that you mentioned. I think that indirection that you mentioned might be succeeding in sort of making them wonder if that's really what they need to zero in on.
Yeah, I see they copied the internal IP address or the internal host. They copy the contents of this API server variable, and they are trying to put that in a request to import. All right, so now they are calling. They're just using the import function to call the local server, and this is kind of basically the exact opposite in some sense. It's like the opposite of what you want to do. You want to call an external URL, but like make the system act as if it was an internal URL. And yeah, this is actually turning out more challenging than I had anticipated. It's
well, I mean, as we mentioned in the previous challenge, sometimes you don't know, and it varies. We already saw a solve, and that's a good indication that this was kind of right in the sweet spot for at least that match of what we would want to see. But sometimes, you know, as we're seeing here, players see something that looks promising to them, and it's just not what the intended solution was. And so that can be the difference in a challenge like this.
Yeah, and if we check Straw Hat's screen, right, we see that they're still kind of playing around with the RSS parser library, trying to get that XXC to work. And I mean, at this point, you know, I kind of bought into the idea. Like, I want to see this work. And yeah, to maybe also like to add some context here for people who are unfamiliar with XXC. So this is XML external entities, which is
a mouthful.
And a feature of like the XML standard, where I think that like the kind of original idea is that you can kind of like break up your XML into like multiple, you know, files or pieces, and you can like reference and kind of like include those and so on. But then at some point this also like kind of expanded to the point where you can like include files and things like this. So
files at remote URLs rather than just local paths.
Yeah. So
as if local paths wasn't a window in itself.
No, exactly. So it's like it's a feature that like I can see how it's developed and like, you know, evolved, but yeah, it's a kind of like one of these very classic vulnerabilities.
Yeah, it's like object deserialization, right? Yeah. Some languages and libraries just said, "Yep, we'll do that," and then it kind of came out that like, oh, that could be a really big vulnerability if you're just
if you just take whatever, like,
right, you know, it insecure by default sort of design.
Yeah, and this was the problem, right, with a lot of these like XML parser libraries that like instead of they were basically insecure by default. You had to like explicitly disable XXC.
I mean, it sounds silly, but no kidding. I have delivered reports to people that said you need to use like safe load rather than load.
Yeah.
Like that was your vulnerability.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's not easy. Like, there's so many so many different things. Yeah, I want to look a little bit here at Mhackeroni again. They are now playing around here with like providing local
hosts.
Yes, and actually, I think this is a pretty cool idea. So what they're doing is they're trying to import, so that post, there was an URL there with like /post/1. That's the post with ID 1 is the one that contains this password. So they were basically trying to import the local, like they wanted to make an API call to fetch that post and parse it as an RSS feed. That's actually something I didn't really think about. Luckily, the response, I mean, luckily for me and unlucky for the players, the response that's returned is by no means valid XML. It's a JSON object.
So it's unlikely to work.
I would say it's impossible to work. I mean,
challenge accepted.
Yeah. No, I mean that's it's going to be a tricky one, right? Because the problem is they can't influence any of the contents of that post, right? Because it's an existing post. I could imagine, you know, if there was a different scenario where like you would request a post that you had created, and then that would be parsed. This is actually kind of a good challenge idea.
How tolerant is your parser?
Well, that's actually a good point, right? I guess that's a very good question. What will the RSS parser accept?
I mean, these days you have to imagine that yes, that would be pretty silly.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, now, if we look at Mhackeroni, we see that they are also installing the RSS parser library. Well,
it looks like they're trying to run the server locally, right? Or did I see that wrong?
Is that what they were trying to do, right? I see. That actually makes a lot of sense. it's something that's would help you with your testing a lot. And I saw that they couldn't find the RSS parser library, and I think that's just like slightly unfortunate, and that
That's just like a pip install thing, right?
Right, but it's just thing where like the name of the library in what is it called, like in the package library in PyPy is like I think RSS dash parser, but because you can't have a dash in a like Python library, the actual import statement is like import RSS underscore parser.
That is
so,
unfortunate.
But if you Google, for example, that function name in Python, you should be able to find the correct library easily. I would say this is a mistake on my part. Like that's not part of the challenge. It's not very interesting. But
are we? I want to take a look at Straw Hat here,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, if you can
because
go
it looks like they're taking a little bit of a different, or either that or they're trying to play with a particular.
Yeah, they're still on the
okay, so it's XXC. It's just starting. It's starting to look a different way. Maybe they're feeling like they're making progress with this.
We'll see. I don't feel like that's actually.
So maybe
No. Okay, the description is no. So what we're seeing
Oh,
there is
okay.
you see
I
the
thought-
title
yeah.
tag has the quote 1, 2, 3, which we see, and then you see the description has the AAA quote.
Right.
So there was none of the kind of
Looking for
XXC.
inclusion.
Yeah.
Some indication that they were able to include
Yeah.
something external.
Yeah, and I don't
there-
see
yeah,
any
no
indication that that's being parsed in like an XSC kind of way. However, if we move over to Mhackeroni, they have set up an ngrok listener, and they did so they tried out like importing an RSS feed, and so they tried to view the post number 1, but it said you can only view your own posts. No, you cannot.
But I couldn't tell if they were running against their own locally running server or if that was the remote.
I also didn't quite see that, so I think we'll have to. I don't think so. They're definitely they're serving the RSS from their. So they set up like an ngrok listener, and they're serving this. I think it's this index.php file that they're serving locally to serve the RSS feed. So they have that thing going.
That's what this needs. More PHP in the mix.
Yeah, so we'll have a hint in just a couple of minutes, or the second hint. And I think, if I remember correctly, I put like quite a big spoiler in that hint.
I think that's the lesson that I've learned
Yeah.
is that you might as well just tell them exactly how to solve it in that second hint, because it's not a lot of time left after that hint.
No,
comes.
exactly. So I hope they are like aware of what's going on, and like of the clock, basically, like that the hint will be released.
Right.
Because this is going to make a big difference. I think once they see that hint and they're off in the right direction, you can get it fairly quickly.
I'm seeing Straw Hat going back and looking at the code again, taking a closer look. I think that they're trying to understand where the data comes from. I saw them looking at the SQLite statements. I saw them looking at the JSON. I think that they're trying to understand that data flow.
Right, and we see there in the bottom of the screen the spoiler that I actually
tell us
left.
the spoiler,
in.
Carl.
So you see this comment. You see this R and R2 commented out variables.
Yep.
And you see that
I see it now.
the URL it's requesting is like localhost port 5000 at localhost port 5001. So this was something when I was very early in development, and I was just verifying that, like, yes, the bug actually works in the way I intended. I had that
testing.
there. Yeah. And then I just, because I was like, okay, maybe I'll need to test this later or something. So instead of like deleting that line of code, right. So we have, if we look over on Mhackeroni's side, actually, they just Googled about these mounting these requests, and they this is really cool. So they're in the advanced usage of the request library, and you see this yellow box that's warning. I wrote this documentation note, this yellow box that warns you about this behavior, because I actually had this thing as an idea for a challenge last year, didn't end up doing it, and then I didn't want to wait to sit on this, so I made a pull request to the documentation page to do this, and now we can actually see that they are,
I'm proud of you for not poisoning the well.
Yeah, and actually they kind of did it, but I think they wrote the URL slightly wrong, because they put like a colon there, which should have been. Oh, now they're looking some orange.
This bug at the heart of it is SSRF, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, kind of, because like
between the two components.
No. So this is the thing, right? We are not. So that's what they were trying to do.
They were looking at.
They were trying to trick the front end to make like a different request to the back end.
All right. So we see hint 2. Straw Hat is looking at hint 2. What can be placed in a URL before the host name?
Yeah.
No comment.
Right? Yeah. Okay, so the hint has been released. I say, what can be replaced in the URL before the hostname? Yeah, and this should be a pretty good indication of where we're going with this, right? Oh, I saw, if we look over Mhackeroni's page, I saw a request there that had the API key. All right, they're getting a little bit confused about the ports because okay, so this is also like, it's in a Docker container, right? So it's like internally in the Docker container, the application is listening on port like 3117.
31337.
Exactly.
Elite.
Yes. But externally, it's on their team-specific port. So they don't need to go to that port. They need to go to like the port that corresponds to their team name to make
layers. Layers.
Yeah.
I'm not a web guy myself. I mean, I've definitely done some of it, but as someone this is not my forte, I look at this and I say, wow, these competitors have to think about it a lot. Even a simple challenge to me.
Yes, and it's I mean, they're so close. Like, unless I was mistaken, but I think I saw the API key on the screen. Like, I think it was there. So. They just need to like call the backend, get that post, get the password, call the debug URL to run the. Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Just because it was on the screen doesn't mean that they necessarily saw it.
Yeah.
They
have the wrong. They have the wrong port because they're misunderstanding the setup of the server. But this should not be like, because you know that you're talking to this web app because like you're interacting with it.
They just so there's no indication in the source code that there would be multiple ports that they need to worry about, is what you're saying.
Exactly. So it's like, yes, what you're seeing, like the port on the outside that you're seeing. Oh, now, so they did try the debug endpoint, and they did get a redirect for that, and now we're putting together a request for the post. And here you have the API key.
That's the API key,
right? So they have the API key, and they are getting right. So now they did get the post, and now they have the debug password, and now they should be able to just call the debug endpoint. They're just looking here now in the code about like the format of how you format where you put the password, where do you put the command, turn caps lock off. So this one should be in the bag in just a moment. I'm gonna actually just bring up my our notification feed here to just double check.
I think that Straw Hat is still going down that, looking at the module, looking at the XML parsing.
Yeah.
That's tough.
It is a bit tough, but we are looking here at Mhackeroni, and now they're putting the command, and they are putting like an ls command there. So yeah, you should be able to just you should be able to just execute this, right? If everything goes well, if they can send this, just seeing they copy the password.
I think they're just trying to make sure they get this right before they hit send, right?
Yeah, but like, just try it, just go for it. Like you have it there. Like send the request. But maybe there was something with their session or something. Oh, I think they got like a redirect, and.
Oh, were they running against their local version?
Oh no, they had the typo. Yeah. So there you have it.
Oh, that's why they were
confused. It was a command with 3 amps, I think, and
that looks like it.
Should be a That's a wrap. We have a win from mhackeroni in the second round of live CTF. That's really cool to see. Wow, I'm relieved. I think this was really exciting to see. I really like a lot of different approaches.
Yeah, and it was really cool to see a web challenge. You know, I think that this is. I think there was a little bit of pwn heavy and some comments, and really responded. I liked seeing a web challenge just to mix things up, show people something new.
Yeah. I was really worried when I saw that I had left the spoiler in the source code, but it turns out that it didn't really matter, because like it's so easy to like you see a comment and like a comment doesn't affect the code, right? So you just move on.
It's true. Well, I think it was a really successful challenge. No sudden death this time.
Yep.
We can move on.
Right. So we are going to go to a short break, and then we will get set up for our next challenge that will be coming up in just a moment. And I believe we will have MMM against one of the winners from the previous round. But we will, stay tuned. You will see who it is. Yeah. Thanks for watching, and we will be continuing streaming all weekend here from DEF CON in Las Vegas.
Awesome. See you soon.
Welcome back for another exciting round. We're going to go ahead and get going with the countdown.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, I didn't say go.
Oh,
Go.
is it? They're going, I think.
Damn it.
All right, they're downloading. Okay, so we have HypeBoy, and we have If This Works, we'll
get
bring
fewer for next year.
Next year we'll get fewer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
If this works, we'll get a longer name next year.
I want to change the abbreviation we use every time that they participate.
Yeah, we'll call them if.
If this works.
If.
All right. So let's see. I want to see dark mode.
that's really funny. It served a tar GZ, but it's not GZ.
Oh no.
Okay, so the first step of the challenge
is actually getting it. And our first Ghidra on stream as well.
First Ghidra. Oh, we're now casting a Binja. I brought all my stuff.
You brought all the binge up.
Yeah.
Well, I was hoping it would be a dark themed Ghidra just because we've got light themed over here.
Ghidra?
Yeah, there is a setting for Ghidra that's dark themed. You can also do your own, which is recommended because the default dark's not great. But all right.
All right. So we're off to the races.
And a warp terminal. HypeBoy's actually, I like this new tooling.
What is that?
Warp terminal. It's a new terminal. Actually has like AI built into it. I think even. Is that the one? No, there's two different ones. There's one that's like AI and the one that's just a new terminal. It's
and
written
one
in
that's
Rust.
XCC.
So here we go. Stir comp. I mean, was this a speedrun one, or is this actually a? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I see crypto.
There is crypto.
Oh, there is
This
crypto.
is actually, believe it or not, in LiveCTF. You're not imagining it, folks. There's a crypto challenge.
So there was web. There's Pwn.
There's
web,
Pwn, web,
and crypto.
and crypto
It's crazy
in a
stuff.
single CTF. Has anyone ever done it before?
Yeah, no, it happens a lot, but not in a single
It's
live
never
CTF.
happened before.
In live CTF. All right, so this is your challenge.
This is my challenge.
You
This
wrote
is one of my
one.
challenges.
What was the category, the hint that we gave teams? Because in the scoreboard,
so
they can
we
see
give
the
them
category.
We say Pwn/crypto because
Okay.
it is a Pwn/crypto.
Pwn/crypto.
It is not fully crypto. If you don't know crypto at all, you're going to be a little tripping
Okay,
over your own feet.
I see a double free T-Cash already.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
That's-
this is an easy one.
This literally over here in
Oh,
HypeBoy, we're
I'm
looking
glad
at.
they're just rotating the key. They're getting the double free. Q is not prime. P is not prime. So basically, it is just a simple menu challenge. You know, hey, here's we generate an RSA key. We encrypt the flag and give it to you. Except you can rotate the key a bunch.
rotate the key.
You
a
can
bunch.
rotate the key. So yeah, replace P and Q. You know.
Okay.
So the key is just P and Q in memory. We use GMP because I was about 500 lines into writing my own Big Num library.
And then you decided.
Then I
there's
said I
tooling
could
for
literally
this.
I could download one.
Yeah,
So I did.
that sounds better.
And the Pwn part of this comes in because right now we're just talking about like P and Q
Actually,
and RSA and
on
all
If
these
This
things.
Works, I just saw they were downloading
What?
Pwn init. Oh no, they were checking. Yeah, they're like double checking how to like start their,
Oh, they're
their
downloading
templates.
Are they
for Pwn
downloading
tools.
libc?
No, I think
Oh no, that's just like
that's
a
running
built-in
the
thing, yeah.
the Pwn init. Yeah.
Yeah, so we give them libc, we give them libgmp, and you might look at this and be like, "Where's the Pwn?" It's just I see numbers only.
Yeah.
There's already a double free T-cache, so
well,
you
as
know
we
that like.
as we saw, HypeBoy like immediately hit that.
If you just smash one,
Yeah.
you'll find it.
Pwn doesn't strip. Oh no, I feel bad for If This Works. They're like just trying to. They're trying to debug their Pwn init. Not.
Oh no.
Yeah. So let's stick on HypeBoy for a little while because I think
Getting
they're.
fully sidetracked. Shout out to Pwnnet, by the way. Buy an RPI sec memory.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I heard that recently. You
Yeah.
were talking about that. Yeah, HypeBoy seems like they're really like they're already looking exactly at the crypto, right?
yeah,
so
they're
trying
looking
to figure
at
out
They're like.
how the key's generated.
So you go through here, and you'll notice key init equals 1 is set before the key is initialized. That's a big red flag, potentially a big just flag. And
Not directly, but eventually.
yeah, you'll see there's a check to is prime. You need P and Q to be prime in RSA. That's generally a good thing to do.
I mean, unless you want it to break, which is nice.
Well, you know, CRT is a thing. Multi-prime RSA. So many challenges over the years. So you hit 1, they hit P is not
There we go.
prime.
P is not prime.
So now, actually, in this state, currently, n is equal to P times P.
Oh, P squared.
So you could, okay. So this gets a little iffy. Okay. So when you GMP and knit a big num, right? What it does is it's a struct that says I have this many, like they call them limbs, 64-bit numbers, and then here's the actual pointer to the first limb. So it's a singly linked list of quote-unquote limbs. Each limb is just a bunch of bits that you concatenate together
To make
in
one
all your
giant,
math
to
have one giant number. These
Oh, here we
P
go.
and
Hold
Q-
on. Our first ChatGPT.
Oh
I'm
my
excited. I'm excited. Honestly, not a wrong choice.
RSA
Like,
recover PQ given, and this challenge is awesome. It said.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
That sounds like valid Korean
I
to
don't
me.
read Korean. I mean, you don't
Yeah.
read. So, P and Q are 1,024 bits.
Okay.
So, too big to factor.
Yep.
And also, we don't give them N.
Hmm.
We just give them the ciphertext.
Okay.
And we give them an encryption oracle. So they can encrypt arbitrary plaintext. So you might be looking at this and thinking, that's secure. I don't have N. I know E is 65537. That's a big number. Not as big as P and Q, but... And you're thinking, what do I do now? So you can go about two ways. First, you can recover, kind of a broken ciphertext. Sorry, not ciphertext.
I know, it's okay.
Ciphertext.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I am broken too at heart.
Oh.
It's one of those. It's been a long week.
You thought this was a CTF. This is an intervention.
That's right.
So going through and getting that kind of broken ciphertext where it's encrypted modulo N, which is P times P, using the double free UAF we saw before.
Wait, so hold on. So the double free. Which part about that?
So the
in
double
fact-
free
Yeah.
is kind of a hint to where, because in that, we're looking at it now, so that GMPZ clears up there is literally just a call to free on the struct, like on the pointer member of the struct.
Mm-hmm.
By
By the way, real quick on if this works, I just want to show something they did that's really distinct. They took a screenshot in Ghidra and then pinned it as like a sticky note while they scroll down to something else. I just like that as a technique.
Wait, I really like that.
Yeah, it's almost like, in a Word doc where you like split view or Google Sheets where you split it so you can scroll apart and leave it the same. That's a clever
That's
way
really
of doing
cute.
that. Sorry, I apologize for interrupting.
We're both casting over.
It's a good trick.
So that freeze, and then you'll look, and that is prime check. I wrote, so it's buggy.
Oh.
And it'll go through, and sometimes it'll just check if the number mod 1 is 0, and then it's like, oh, not prime. Because I choose a bunch of random numbers to try dividing it.
Okay.
And then
candidates.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are statistical, primality checks, right? Like that can be done reasonably.
So,
but
yeah, I call that.
Usually you wouldn't do it mod 1.
No.
Yeah.
I always forget, is it 0
Math's
index,
hard.
1 index?
Yeah.
So going through, and sometimes Q will fail the primality check, or P will fail the primality check after it's initialized.
We even saw that earlier, I think, when they were going through the menus,
and it says P is not prime.
Yeah.
So you have an initialized P and an uninitialized Q. So, cool. Okay, what's happening now is you have, because before you initialize the key first with good numbers, and fun fact, 1 out of 65,000 times, you need to run it twice, this challenge twice. But anyway, you have the memory location of P's limb pointer, of Q's limb pointer pointing at P's limb pointer, and P's is also pointing at P's because P was properly
That's how you
initialized.
got the P squared.
Yeah. So now
yeah.
you have, N equals P times P. So you just get, square root of N, and you have P and quote unquote Q. Then it's simple, you just decrypt normally. So, kind of normally. Because, in RSA, phi is P minus 1 times Q minus 1.
Yep.
If P equals Q, it's a little bit different, and it's technically P times P minus 1.
That makes sense.
Because it is
yes,
a totient.
Yes.
So
Euler phi or whatever. Like you have to,
it's commonly simplified as
P minus 1
phi or
times Q.
phi,
Yeah.
but it's actually a totient.
Okay.
So terminology. Anyway, then the question is like, cool, I can factor P and Q. I don't have N. How do I get N to factor it?
Yeah.
If you encrypt just a shit ton, not a shit ton, 3, 4, 5 ciphertexts, or plain text, just different plain texts.
Yeah.
And then multiply GCD or
LCM.
LCM.
Yeah.
LCM GCD? I forget. I don't know. I wrote this a while ago.
It's been a little bit, huh?
Yeah, recovering N. Whoever needs to recover N.
Now, which components of that process are going to be hinted at on the hints when they start getting hints? Or are we going to see them? Oh, by the way, we're still seeing it if this works, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Still have that pinned that menu. They're just leaving that
everything.
up there so they never forget the menu. That's really funny.
I think it's GCD of ciphertext is M, because then you have statistically, yeah. So you GCD multiple ciphertexts and it will converge to N. So then you have N. N is P squared square root using arbitrary precision square root.
So we are seeing a pwn script a little bit on if this works.
Ooh.
So
Says random DQ.
they briefly had one up there. So I didn't see a whole lot about it. I'm not sure if it's much more beyond boilerplate at this point, but we're seeing them.
Well, they see E is 65537. But anyway, yeah. And once you get that, you just decrypt the password and you're golden. There's a win function that you just give the password. So, more or less simple-ish.
So wait, we see there's a win function.
Oh, it's a menu option. Yeah, 4 get shell.
Okay.
Thank you if this works. For reminding me of the menu too.
Pinned it for us. So the get shell is, but I missed the part where like you have to have the flag that was in the decrypted buffer.
So
and then
3 is encrypt flag. So that gives you ciphertext. So that would be flag to the E mod P times P.
Yep.
You factor N to get P. You get D for decrypt. Then you just do ciphertext to the D mod N to get plain text of the flag. It's really password. And then to 4, you call 4, get shell. It says, what's the password? Enter it right, you get a shell. Enter it wrong, you don't.
Yep, gotcha.
So it's just a matter of...
Yeah, and the pwnable is interesting because the pwnable is not even, the get shell part is not really the pwnable. That's just calling the intended function. It's really more about
it's a win function.
The use after free is the pwnable.
Yeah, the UAF is the pwn part.
Yeah.
And understanding the structure of GMP numbers.
Yep.
Which it's open source.
Which we just saw. HypeBoy, by the way, was literally just debugging
how did MPD.
Yeah.
So MPD is the actual pointer to the limbs.
Okay, so they literally Googled how to GDB GMP, right? So they wanted to, literally that was the Google just a second ago. I love it. Thank you for leaving us comments, by the way. Extra bonus points. Question mark. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. By the way, if you literally Google recover N RSA, it takes you to part of my solution script that I used. Like I just took it from a blog post.
Yeah, there's one out there.
It's like
there's another challenge here. They're reading up an old crypto challenge.
Cracking RSA, knowing P and Q. No. Basics crypto RSA.
It is quite common. You get a good CTF time solution from a previous year.
That's sign and verify oracles. And that's just straight RSA.
Oh, so by the way, over on If This Works, actually, we're seeing the same thing. RSA with P and Q, but without N, I believe, was the first.
RSA without N.
Well, that's not really without N. If you don't know it, cracking it's a little more subtle.
Is this going to come down to Google Foo?
Well, I think so far the HypeBoy Google was a little bit better.
Plain to the P, that's not true. I think he means plain to the E mod P squared. Because plain to the P mod P squared would be 0. Or
it's guaranteed.
It would probably be 0.
No, it's guaranteed to be, right? Because
no, that would be plain to the P squared mod P. But plain to the P mod P squared isn't guaranteed to be 0, I think.
Oh.
I don't know. It's been a minute since I took number 3.
It's been
a minute since I did crypto in the CTF. Oh my god. Wait, did the other?
And then we're looking at homomorphic encryption. Oh, are we done already? We missed it.
Did the other match finish?
How fast was that? We didn't even notice. We're all absorbed. Couple minutes ago.
Oh my god.
Oof.
Okay.
Now who won that one?
I feel really good about that.
Actually, we could just check our logs here too. That was real fast though.
Oh
so that was either Cold
I
Fusion or Maple Mallard Magistrates.
We also.
Cold
Fusion won against
MMM. That was a baller fast solve.
That's awesome.
That is some serious crypto. And I will say, MMM historically top performing in this event, right? So,
absolutely.
But this is a different topic. Introducing crypto, it's a different challenge, and so different skill sets are coming to play. But also, it's double elimination, so no single loss will knock you out.
There we go. Over on If This Works, they're finding GCD. It's ciphertext.
That is really hard to read that font.
Yeah, that's.
Is that
image rendered in Markdown, or is that LaTeX?
I think it's LaTeX trying to inline render or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's our pwn script here.
Yeah, I'm curious, by the way, if the other match used intended solution or if they found something else.
Because
that was pretty fast.
That was very fast. That was very, very fast. Good thing we can go back and watch the VOD.
Oh my gosh, these are recorded?
Check out YouTube. Wait, they're already on it now. So, but they may not be on the other streams, right?
LiveCTF.com.
So if you're not aware, if you're just tuning in the stream,
ciphertext.
which also we haven't been tweeting this at all. We should probably do that.
Yeah, to our adoring
since we're
fans.
live all day. But everybody who is subscribed, all 1,300 subscribers we have, they knew. They paid attention when the alerts went out. So if you're not subscribed, you should.
That's like a solid half the people who have come up and asked us, what is this?
There's been a few of those. Definitely a few of those coming through today. Okay, so I am seeing it's over on HypeBoy. We're also seeing our solve script, right? So we've got a lot of comments here. Is that from an older thing? Shellcode? Yeah, that looks like they.
Oh, that might be from another.
That's just their like helper.
Oh no, that's copy and paste invert. That's like from a blog post.
Yeah, because that's shellcode. They don't need shellcode in this challenge at all. Like there's a system there for you.
Are those N's or M's? Oh.
M is in Mary.
They're shouting out MMM.
M is in Mancy. Sorry, Archer reference there. Yeah, that font does not do helpful things to repeated M's, does it?
That's very chemming of them.
Yeah. What is? No, I'm not gonna say the full one, but yeah. No, I know. The old joke was, what the hell is chemming? Because it's kerning. Anyway, that was actually an old Ghost in the Shellcode challenge.
Okay,
too.
wait. So
back
it
on
looks
if
like
this works.
over on if this works, they are going to recover N. If 2, 5, 7, 3. Okay, so that'll work.
Isn't N supposed to be prime?
N? No, N is the product of 2 primes.
Or sorry, not
two or more
N.
primes.
Okay.
Their plain texts are prime. I think they just need to be co-prime, but making them prime, it
guarantees
works.
it, yeah.
And they're getting 4
what
ciphertext, which would be
there.
plenty.
Okay.
And then POW plain text E minus GCD. It is math.gcd.
Math. From math.
Math or fractions? I always forget. I think it's math.
I think it's math. Again, been a while. Let's find out.
I mean, I always mess up my imports.
GCD makes 2 arguments.
Oh, yeah. So this is kind of annoying.
You have to do them all pairwise, and then. No, how? Yeah, what is the?
So I don't know. You can. Like I just used GMPY GCD, which I think accepts.
There, that looks fine too.
Yeah. Hey.
Okay, so there we go. Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know what N looks like. They can verify. They can encrypt themselves and verify that the ciphertext they get back is the same. That's honestly how I tested this challenge.
So here we go. They're setting.
Oh no! So they're thinking that the N they received back wasn't actually the proper N. Oh, actually, it wasn't because that was way too big unless they print in base 10, which they did. So they're just going to send a shit ton of plain text and get a bunch of ciphertext back. So they're almost guaranteed to get real N.
The correct
GCD.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're looking at more ChatGPT over on HypeBoy. Oh, and they actually have. What is that?
Was that 100 to the P?
Did they get?
So I'm a little concerned because they keep saying 100 to the power of P. That should be E, not P.
Yeah.
And E's known. E in a init is set to that
32,
whatever.
10,001.
Yeah. Shout out everyone's favorite prime number.
32.
I almost made a E17 for
just because nothing does that by default.
Well, no, because I felt bad for having them use like an arbitrary precision library.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm like, nah.
That's crypto. They're used to it.
Yeah, it's big number. Let's do big numbers.
All right, so back on if this works now. They've got a print in the end, and let's see if they run it. Will this?
FactorDB.
All right.
Shout out FactorDB. I've used this on so many CTFs.
Here we go.
It's compound, but unfactored. And that was the first time that number's been seen on FactorDB. Can you believe it? There's a little red star when it gets added on your request, and they start factoring in the background.
Huh.
It's really cool. FactorDB is a fantastic website.
That's neat.
Yeah.
So that's probably also a good hint that you didn't use it in the creation of the challenge, if that was the case.
Well, N's randomly generated. If it was just like unsafe key, like what is that?
Hard-coded or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh no, doxing Google username. Sorry, Bronson.
Oh. Okay. Meanwhile, find P brute force is what they're working on HypeBoy.
You know, I'm liking ChatGPT for a lot of things.
Yeah.
I'm not liking it for this one.
Here's a question for you, Jordan. When did we start this round?
That is good. How much more time do we have until our first hint? Has our first hint gone out? Let's ask our production.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? No, I can't pull it up. I need one of them to pull it up. if Mark goes over to Safari on his
or if
left
Mark
hand,
pokes Carl.
or that, there we go. And he refreshes the page.
Or if Carl turns around and sees us looking at him.
We'll check our first hint. We maybe. I think we should. Yeah, we're likely past the first hint time.
I hope not.
Yeah. Oh, right now.
Now?
Let
Can
them know.
you go tell them?
Let them know. No, we've been.
No,
we
yeah,
go
but
and
tell
tell
them the
them
hint is
every
out.
time. Yeah. Carl's like, they knew at the start. That's on them. We have been going around and telling each of the contestants just to be fair and even and make sure. Because, yeah, we don't want somebody to, like, we actually, at one point, we had, like, a push notification in the browser that would pop up.
Yeah, but then
the
people
event,
didn't accept it or they didn't have JavaScript.
Yeah, and so we got rid of that. But
so
now we just go
this
tap on
is
the
a
shoulder.
prime wink wink example of a UAF. Is the hint.
Okay, that one doesn't help him. I don't think yet. I don't. Actually, wait, no. Does
It
anybody?
does.
Nobody has that one yet, right?
Well, I mean, knowing that the prime. Okay, well, don't look in a nit, but knowing that a prime is UAF'd, and knowing that like n equals p times p is literally half the challenge.
I hope. I hope it works. Let's see if HypeBoy. I don't know.
Bro, do you even lift?
That pun gets made a lot.
Oh no.
What is this for?
I don't know.
This feels a
I saw
little
Sage Math.
bit like
I'm a little worried they're off
in the weeds. Yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't.
That is the same thing they had there before with one extra comment.
Yeah.
Senpai. Oh no. No. Hang on.
Well, it's
Oh,
got a
no.
GCD.
Calculate derivative. Yeah. That actually would work.
Come on, ChatGPT. We're all rooting for the LLM.
If I can read it. But Senpai, like, I don't know. I never really use Senpai. Find P modular. Oh, that just brute forces P. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm still not. I'm still
I
not
wonder
feeling
if
the
there's some,
confidence
like,
over there.
Cryptographic equivalents that I don't know about that, like, raising it to the P is actually equivalent.
It
like,
is.
in ChatGPT is just right.
It wouldn't be shocking. There's
I
a lot
still
of
don't
different
use
crypto.
ChatGPT.
There's a lot of different crypto volumes. Just in terms of like there may be another type of.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh my God. 20 years of attacks on RSA. Great paper.
Yeah.
I use that in so many CTFs.
Yeah. I still like the warp. All right, let's go back to if this works because I think we were seeing. Now they're in. Okay, so they're back in
Okay.
GMP calls.
So they're in a init key, which is, you know, where the UAF is.
Place to be.
It is the place to
All
be.
the cool kids hang out in.
Let's. Actually, Ghidra's decompilation there didn't look that clear. Oh, speaking of clear, GMPZ clear. Haha, shout out.
Heyo.
Let's see if R1 is private. Oh, yeah, it just lifted to an extra variable. That's fine. Okay, now they're looking at the is prime check. But
Which, to be fair, as you said, is wrong.
yeah, it's super wrong. But if you just spam one a bunch, you'll see it's wrong.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily intuitive. Like I wouldn't assume that I
Just rotate.
could
I mean,
do that.
HypeBoy did it. Like
Oh,
first
just
5
doing the
minutes.
rotations. That's true.
Yeah, just
They
like,
well,
oh, here's a thing that changes state. Let me change state a bunch.
yeah. Now, whether they understood the implications of that though and what that means,
I don't think they did.
Yeah, like that's the real question. And
Yeah. So that's where the hint comes in. It's a prime example of UAF. Wink, wink.
yeah.
Oh, they do know. They do know.
Oh, p squared. Yeah. C mod p squared. And okay.
Yeah. So they just need to recover.
So
N.
HypeBoy's.
Literally Google recover N RSA.
So I think if this works, has n. Like it looked like their solution to n was there, but HypeBoy looks like they understand the other
Yeah.
half of it. I think between the two of them, they have a working.
They
solution.
have a working solution
Yeah.
between the two of them. It's just oh no, I see CRT.
Wait, what? What happened?
Chinese remainder theorem on a HypeBoy.
No, why did we
in the
switch
answer.
RE though?
Huh?
65,537.
That's E.
Oh, I thought it was 32,760. Okay, I thought it was the
Oh yeah, no, 6557 is the
is the one. Yeah, not
yeah.
the.
It's the place to be. So okay, so they actually have E populated now. I think the confusion there was coming from they were using the wrong kind of standard naming scheme. Like they were calling EP. I don't know.
No, I don't know. I don't know what happened there. But this
Do they have
looks-
N? Cannot assign to function call.
CZ lol. Bow. Okay, yeah, we still have.
Oh, I think they're trying to do like symbolic constants. Like they're just saying, hey, library, give me this number. But no, that's not gonna.
I'm not sure.
That's not gonna work. Like you just need to recover n and square root. And I really, really, really want them to take a step back for 10 seconds. Just think about that. Like, if you can get p squared, you can get p. That's a lot of 9s. That's not right. I'll tell you that right.
That one does not.
I'll tell you two things. One, this is more than 1024 bits.
Yeah, yeah. It looks
two, that is more 9s than I've seen in a while.
Yeah. Well, unless you're talking about your server uptime, in which case.
I stand at 70.999 repeating percent.
No, that's a little much.
Oh, don't put the 9s in.
That's
oh my, that's a 131,000 digit number.
No, they're not gonna.
That end, honestly, the end of it might be right. Who knows? Ooh.
Okay.
Gimpy 2. Okay. Do not Gimpy 2 square root the entire thing, please. Oh, you know what this is? They only have one plaintext ciphertext pair. So they need to GCD.
Interesting.
If they literally do that 2 more
yeah.
times and GCD the results, they'll probably just recover n and then p and then they have it.
Interesting.
But until then, like, barking up the wrong tree here.
If this works, it's just back in Ghidorah, right? So they're still working on the understanding, which is it's not a bad idea. And they do have, I think, a little bit of time left. I saw a little bit ago. I think we were.
Yeah, I don't know what the ETA is on the second
of,
hint.
Yeah. We still have a little while.
Yeah, who knows?
Okay, Simpai. So HypeBoy's back in
8 minutes.
Oh, 8 minutes until next
Oh,
hint?
okay.
Okay.
I think it's solvable in 8 minutes.
Well, that's just the hint, and they still also have another 12 or 15 minutes after that hint, I believe, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, they're both, I think, digging in the right.
They're both
garden.
so close.
Yeah. Looks like they've.
Oh man.
All right. Not.
2 to the blank. Okay. So that is a good question. I don't know that off the top of my head. 2 to the e mod n is equal to what, Jordan? Do you know?
No, couldn't tell you.
Me neither. That's honestly a question for the ages. I'm offering a.
I wonder if ChatGPT can solve that for him. They can just.
Oh no!
Ask
it will be really confident that it did.
It will give you an answer, and it will be confident that answer is right. Oh, back on if this works now. What do we got here? They've actually been.
Okay, so they're dumping a bunch of ciphertext, and they're
these
printing
look
GCD
consistent.
after each.
It looks consistent.
That's n.
Yeah, that looks like they
I'm
have
pretty sure
n.
that's n. Okay, so now
and
the
print
important
n. Yeah.
is
Okay.
Yeah. So they have n.
Very interesting. So again, it sure looks like they've got n. We should just tell them to work together. You know, make this a collaborative challenge.
Yeah, why don't we work together in CTF?
Really, I think we should work together more often, solve the world's problems.
I think we should make kind of like teams almost.
That's a great idea.
team?
With maybe different people with different skills on
Yeah.
each team so that they like mesh well together.
Well,
Something to
because
think about.
MMM, you know, well, some of these teams are teams of teams. MMM
That's
is teams
true,
of teams.
actually. The meta teams
Yeah,
are
the meta
happening.
if this works, we'll get fewer for next year.
Or
is
more or less.
Many,
or,
yeah, or we'll get the same number.
All right, so
This
hold
has
on.
worked.
What are we importing now? Long to
bytes.
bytes. I mean, that's.
Bytes to long? Hell yeah.
All right. They're going to get n back as.
They're getting n back as bytes?
I mean, I'm not sure why that's relevant.
Don't tell me they're just lost here.
That feels very much like.
It's very irrelevant,
Yeah.
but. Oh. No?
Their count,
No,
and it's
I don't
still.
know. Oh, no, because they're calling long to bytes on I. Okay.
An I, the counter?
Yeah, because you need just a bunch of plain text.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That converges. That's n.
No, they've got it. Yeah,
that's
there
n.
isn't any question. Like, just looking at that.
Do they?
Know what to do with it?
Yeah, I don't understand why they keep.
Fiddling with that instead of moving on.
Yeah.
No, it
Are
okay.
they confused because it's changing? Because we generate the key, like we have them. Their first input is generate key, like it generates a new key every time.
Oh, that's true. Maybe, and it's.
I'm really worried that they think it's a hard-coded key.
I mean, it clearly converges. It clearly after.
Yeah, I mean that's just right.
Not
if
there,
you try to use that for
but
later one,
as of there, 17. No, that is 17986. Yeah, like that one's converged. What is that number? That's one of the older ones.
What is that?
Oh.
Is that just a new? Oh, that's smart. I like that. If you GCD, or no, that won't work because
From math and
N is rotate. P and Q are changed. Yeah, so they're trying to be cute. They're trying to GCD old N because they think P is unchanged, with new, which is P squared, and GCD of P times Q
would be
and
Q?
P squared is P.
Or P. Yeah.
But both P and Q are regenerated, so it's just two random numbers as far as GCD is concerned.
Yeah.
So
Which are
two
co-prime,
random
apparently.
primes. Well, it's gonna be two random primes.
Yeah.
So I hope it's one. If not, they got insanely lucky.
Very, very large.
Yeah. So they have. Oh, okay. So now they're gonna try to.
How much time until our next hint? We're getting close. Let's check our hint countdown and see if we need to go in 4 minutes. 4 minutes until our next hint. Okay.
You're rotating the key. Oh my gosh, they're so close. They have N. They literally have it. They know it's a square. Square root it.
Yep.
Meanwhile, over on HypeBoy,
I think they're thinking.
They're
The
sitting back and
cursor's
thinking about
blinking,
it.
which is
The
good.
cursor is blinking.
So we didn't lose video,
We did-
which otherwise I would.
Attention teams.
Oh.
Attention
All you
teams.
busy
It's a
bees
big
can
ol'
enjoy
announcement.
the BizBee challenge that we just released.
Another challenge.
Another
has
challenge
been
in
released
main
for all their
CTF, yeah.
teammates. Let's see who gives up LiveCTF and just goes back to.
That would be a choice.
No, that's
This
what a lot of
is-
these teams have big teams, and this is like their chance to really add some points for the team. Like you can actually,
True.
by scoring to the very end, it makes a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
I don't think first versus second is going to shift any finals placements, but like
Jordan,
dead last to
here's
first could.
an interesting observation.
Yeah.
I made sure to compile this with full debug info.
Okay.
Ghidra is not giving any variable names or types.
Interesting.
Does Ghidra not load debug info?
It
does?
does by it does. It can. It absolutely
should.
can.
Yeah, right.
Unless they I didn't look at the 12 clicks that they had to make to open the file to see which no, it's better. It's gotten a lot better.
11.
They literally have decreased. Actually, no, the file picker now, or one of them, the fact that you can just drag and drop directly into a project, which didn't used to be the case, that actually saves several clicks. So it's gotten a lot better.
Weren't you the one that requested that?
Maybe I requested a
I
couple of ones
remember
on
you
the
were
early.
real upset that you couldn't do that.
Early on, it was like it bothered me, but it's got better. And you can type in the file open dialog now too.
CTF RSAP
So-
equals Q. Oh my gosh, please.
Yeah.
I mean, RSA CTF tool, by the way, great tool. Maybe has an attack for it. It's kind of a weird case. Because you do just square root it. So I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. It's we're not changing hints. We're not in the business of doing that. But if we were, we might just point out that
Get
two
n
numbers
and square root
squared
it.
and given it, if you square root it, you get the
squaring is actually a reversible operation.
yeah. Unlike
many
multiplying
cases.
two large primes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, very nice. Yeah, I still
Okay.
love that.
So
that
they're
GMP
looking
debug
at
prints.
the actual address, and you can see there MPD for P and Q are identical. So
Yeah,
they know
yeah.
P is equal to Q.
Yeah, they know it's p squared.
They
So again, HypeBoy knows that. I think he's gotten that, but HypeBoy hasn't gotten N yet. If this works, it's
wait,
got
print
O.
same Q. I mean,
Okay.
call it P, call it Q, it's whatever.
Where's square root? I just want to see that square root call.
I'm not seeing it, Jordan. Okay, they know that if they call rotate key after P and Q are the same, they'll get a double free. That's just
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, wait, this is actually looking pretty promising. Except they still have N2. So I don't know why they're generating multiple ends. Do they think that... I don't know. I really, like, we can see, obviously, what they're typing, kind of their workflow. But as far as what they're thinking and where they're going, like, I don't know
Oh,
what
I think we should be doing our next hint now. It looks like we're going out to distribute that. Let's get ready to look in their screens.
So
and
the next hint just
see what they pull up.
I think,
it'll
help.
Who is it going to help them most?
More.
Yeah, because they each have half, it feels like, maybe. We'll see if that's the case. Okay. Now, so 15 minutes till sudden death.
N equals P times P. They know that.
So actually, yeah, that's what I think.
That's a huge hint. It's just saying, hey, N is P squared. I mean, it looked like on If This Works' screen, they got, like, their mouse is moving faster.
Okay. Hopefully that was a good motivation for them.
I don't know.
Yeah, because they have N, right? That's the thing is HypeBoy, I don't think we've actually seen an N calculation yet. And so I think HypeBoy's...
Oh, PQQP. Oh, is that just multi-prime RSI? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
They're looking for write-ups. Oh, man. The worst RSA joke.
That's a good challenge name.
Finding N and E. Oh! Finding N and E. Okay, well, that would have worked because you knew E, you could fill it in and, you know, solve. Okay.
It does take them a lot of tries. I'm looking at If This Works as payload. It does feel like it takes a while for it to converge. I don't know.
No, they're doing so much extra.
But, like, it feels like it should converge earlier. Like, you can see their output changing of what they think it is, and it seems to change, like, through 50 tries, whereas it was something they shouldn't need that many, and I wonder why that would be.
Initial key generation failed, I think.
Q failed primality test.
Oh, so this is an interesting case where P and Q actually are both uninitialized.
Huh.
So Q's just pointing to your, like, input buffer.
Yeah.
So that was originally the intended solution, was you overwrite one of the primes with your plain text.
Oh, interesting.
Which needs to be a prime to pass the primality test. And then you know, one of the primes, you
well,
factor
it needs to be
N
the
again.
prime, or, just sometimes be odd or whatever. Like, one of the two.
Yeah, well, no, so if it passes my random number division test, it goes into an actual, like, GMP is prime.
Okay.
Is probably
All
prime.
right.
And it checks, upper bound of sensible limits. So that'll actually be a good prime test.
Do we have a sudden death for this?
We don't say the quiet part out loud, Jordan.
Yeah. I didn't think about that until now, but
I didn't either.
We should see if our co-conspirators are discussing this as well.
Yeah.
And
I'm a little worried.
And double checking.
I'm a little worried.
Yeah, this is the downside. This is the only problem with us trying to branch out and cover more topics, is that it increases the amount of breadth of our, it would be a little not my choice to give them a straight opponentable, but I don't know that we have another option.
It's just over 10 minutes before sudden death.
We have some time.
We do have time.
Let's see how it goes. Maybe I'll go off camera and chat for a little bit and see what.
I'll just be here lamenting prime numbers.
See how it goes. But much like last time, maybe they'll pull together.
Oh, same QP is not prime. Okay, so If This Works it looks like they're stopping trying to get GCD of distinct ends. I'm in favor of this decision. Many would say it's the right decision, me being one of them. And if they just take their number and please raise it to the 1/2, GMPY2 square root. Not quite sure. Over on HypeBoy, it looks like they... let's see. Okay, so they're trying to... They're making equivalents. Are they trying to... Are they doing something with, like, homomorphic properties? No. C1, C2, mod C3. Okay, so they're number theorying the hell out of this. And they're trying to come up with some equivalents that spits C back out at them. C1 times C2. Okay. Yeah. Wouldn't it be C1 to the C2 equals C3 mod P squared? Am I remembering homomorphic properties in RSA right? I'm probably not. That's why we all Google RSA wiki every single time we see an SCTF. Okay, C1, C2, C3 are less than P squared. They are going full number theory on this, and I'm all here for it. I would love it in a longer form CTF. But with 8 minutes left before sudden death, I don't know if they're going to, make any breakthroughs. That's a little concerning. Oh, meanwhile, we're back over at FactorDB with if this works. It looks like they're using FactorDB to factorize n. Oh, yeah, wait, they have it. Look at that. They have P. It told them it's equal to this number squared.
Yeah, yeah.
Is square. Please call is square.
There we go.
Gosh.
Okay, okay. This is good.
Okay, so
This is very
there's
good.
an issue here.
Oh.
Python square root is not arbitrary precision. It's a floating
They
square
need to
root.
use
They
a
need
big
an
num.
integer square root.
Yeah. Well, they call it I square root. Is that not?
I square root in Python?
They're asking. They're looking it up here.
Oh, they think it's is square root. No.
No, I think they were thinking it was I square root, integer square root.
Yeah.
So, and they're about to find out it's just square root, and
Yeah,
that might
they
not be
need
the
to
right
use
one.
like
So they need to
GMPY2
use
or Sage.
yes, exactly,
Sage.
exactly,
Shout
exactly.
out
So they're
Sage
there.
Math.
Okay, so they're. You're going to be disappointed when you hear what happened to the other bracket. By the way, it was a little too fast.
What?
Yeah. Do you want to hear the cheese solution?
Yeah, I want to hear the cheese solution.
So the cheese solution is your password comparison was a stir n comp.
Yeah.
And it's because passwords are randomly generated 1 in 256 times, it starts with a null byte. It's a pretty cheese solution, but it is still pwnable, and there was crypto in the file. So that's how.
That's hilarious.
That's how Cold Fusion got it so fast.
Holy shit.
That was. Yeah.
I did a stern comp instead of a mem comp.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that. I'm so happy.
I mean, it's
Hey, it's my challenge. I'm
it's
happy.
a real bug. Good. They got it.
That is a legitimate bug.
It's a legitimate bug, and they found it and solved it. So
Oh, I love it.
that's how they got it. Unintended bugs
man.
count. That's a real
All right,
thing.
well, over on if this works, it looks like they are recovering P.
Okay. Yes. So this is good.
Print PP minus N2, what should be 0.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking it definitely. Okay. I'm just keeping back an eye on HypeBoy. I don't.
And then 3. I wish we had like a sticky note of what
Oh,
3
you know
meant
what?
in the menu.
HypeBoy might have N as well. They're like just doing a square root here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
MPZ.
they've
Yeah,
got
gimpy
a.
square root.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we might actually be at the same spot with either one of them. We might both be within
Wait, no,
shooting
that
distance.
ended in law zeros. Oh,
Are
if
they-
were they printing in hex? Because then that would make sense. No, that still would make sense. What am I talking about?
I'm not sure. Yeah. I don't
Oh, wait. Okay, over on if this works, it looks
Okay.
like they're recovering phi. Oh, please. Or recovering D, thank you for naming your variable and correcting me. Okay, D. No.
Oh no.
Wait.
No, that is right. That is right. You said earlier it's not.
No, it's CT1 to the D mod N. I think, right? Unless the property changes when P equals Q. Like, I don't know why it would. No module name lazy import.
No.
They're running Python on, says Sage. Yeah. Okay. Nth root not found.
Where's N through?
Nth
Oh,
root.
nth root.
Oh no, I think they just have. Oh, you're right. Okay, so Sage. If you run Sage Python, it just runs Python. Nth root
Oh,
is not
wow.
defined. They're just missing an import, I think.
Term info errors? That's not great.
Nth root is not defined. I think it. Oh, you call integer.nth root. I think, right? I don't know.
I've never used Sage.
You've never used
don't know.
SageMath?
I don't
My
think I
first
have.
time downloading SageMath was CSLA Finals 2015 on their like 8 kilobyte
Yeah.
network connection in the gym.
Yeah.
It was
That
it was a
gym had
time.
some questionable odors too after those all-nighters.
Oh god, yeah. Okay, so looks like nth root takes only one positional argument, 0 found. Oh, I'm so concerned. Okay, so real. They're in the right ring. We're fans of this. And entering class object is no attribute nth root because they did not initialize the ring. So this is the downside of Sage, is their documentation is so dense and so like awful.
Oh.
And
This is.
because they're taking n2 to the they're doing nth root, but they're doing the n squared root of n2. So you need n2.nth root 2, and that's square root, because the first argument to nth root is the number of roots.
Oh man, this is a.
Oh no!
It's hard
this is a
watching
prime
them.
example of like knowing your tool.
Yeah.
Not. Oh my god!
Print
If they just
into-
install Gimpy 2,
Yeah.
square root, it's right there. Oh, this hurts. They're so close. Oh, but they're just gonna fight with SageMath. Okay,
I'm not seeing HypeBoy making
over
anything
on
that gives me-
HypeBoy. Oh
I,
no!
I think this is a slow descent into madness.
I think it is. How long do we have until sudden death? 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes. So do we have a sudden death ready to? Okay, we're preparing
We're
our
gonna love
sudden
it.
death.
Okay.
I really hope we don't need it.
Oh god.
Let's
I really hope
see.
it's not the same challenge, but we give them N. That'd be funny. That'd be really funny.
We'll see where it goes.
Oh, password CTN2. Hold up. They figured out N2. Over on if this works.
HypeBoy's over here refreshing.
Password, you got it. Wait. Yeah, now they just need to run remote.
Okay.
Oh, this is going to be so close.
HypeBoy is literally refreshing the when does this over page.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Hey!
Yes, well done.
Oh my
Congratulations.
God.
Right to the wire.
That was so close.
Great work if this works. That was
literally as close as it
Oh,
could come.
awesome. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do a quick turnaround. We've got to already get things ready for the next one.
2 minutes before sudden death.
Right before sudden death. We'll be right back
Oh.
in just a minute with another round. See ya shortly. Welcome back. We're here with another round of live CTF. Without further ado,
I don't know if my heart can handle it, Jordan.
it's too much.
Without further ado.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I remembered to go this time.
Yeah, you got it. I'm
okay,
just looking
practice.
because I'm making sure everyone puts the headphones on.
Yeah,
too.
I was checking too.
I realized I didn't do that before.
Yeah,
They
that's
could have just not put them
Oh,
on.
I was
and-
checking.
All right, good. You had them.
I mean, they can't hear us.
Wait a minute. A handout. That was a PDF. What was the? Oh, that was something else. Okay. Now, there it is. All right. Challenge.
Oh, I was so Wait.
Relocate me, maybe. This sounds right.
Yeah, I'm just terrified that I saw a solve.py. Oh, Ponanit. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I was like, did we bundle the solve.py?
We ship a solution. Okay.
Oh. Ooh. Ida.
This looks spicy.
What was that warning?
Now,
Ida?
and what was the other one I saw? Was it in?
Oh, is that R2? Oh, it is. It's the
well,
smallest
but
possible
they
font.
first brought it up in IDA,
in IDA.
just saw Hello World, and then instantly. Also, what version? And we must be on different versions of IDA here, by the way, right? Because one of them had a lot more errors than the other, so we're kind of switching back and forth.
I don't know what 9.0 if 9.0 changed any.
All right, this is annoying. They're both running IDA with the same color scheme, with the same.
They are going back and forth.
Except one of them has key patch loaded from Gasoline, so you can see. Or not key patch.
Hey, shout out Marcus.
Is it key patch? What's the name of his patching plugin? I forget what it's called.
Patching plugin?
Yeah, he wrote the patcher.
Oh no, 2022
for Hexrays. So okay. Somebody may have had some first blood over there. All right, this challenge, we're kind of like getting a little distracted, is pour one out for poor Glenn, who's normally here with us.
Yeah, no, he got sick right before DEF CON.
No, it's really sad. We've lost him. We've lost him for Vegas.
Oh.
He's still alive, we hope.
Still out there somewhere. Some say you can still see him typing in Slack at 2 a.m.
No, I'm certainly we still can.
Yeah, I was talking to him.
Yeah, 2 a.m.
last night.
No,
yeah.
that makes sense. So Glenn
But
is
get better soon,
sick.
Glenn.
Couldn't make it out to Vegas with us, but he helped write a lot of the challenges actually. So
yeah, he did 3.
We'll be commenting a whole bunch
we
of
did
his.
the calculations. I think it was Glenemy 3, Carl 4, Mark 2.
Yeah, me 0.
Womp womp.
But I do all the hardware.
Hey, it's not too late for sudden deaths.
Yeah.
But yeah, you did do all the stream setup. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a little bit of work, and most of it even worked. So
So this is one of Glenn's challenges. Continuing in his Me Maybe series. This is Relocate Me Maybe.
sorry, there's just some funny
That was
names
pretty
going
funny.
on in the shell here.
So Relocate Me Maybe is, as you might be familiar with if you've heard of Glenn's challenges before, a docs reading challenge.
Yeah, he's got a lot of them, and it's just find this. Sys call me maybe, for example,
Sys
right?
Call Me Maybe.
Or
Was it?
P trace me maybe.
P Trace Me Maybe. Push Pop Me Maybe or something.
There's been a couple.
Yeah. Ioctal Me Maybe. I think that was on.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Oh, I just love this series. I love the continuation of the joke.
It's a good design. And the idea is essentially that he'll give you an arbitrary X, or you have one particular feature that has a one weird quirk. Just this one weird quirk they don't want you to know. And
Doctors hate him.
Yeah, exactly. this trick works. And so you've got to find what that trick is. And like you can see over on Blue Water, for example, we're looking at, it looks like just obs jump.
I mean, that's a great place to start. This does use, I think, some funky relocations just in the binary.
Well, it's called Relocate Me Maybe.
So the reason why, Jordan, is because you might relocate it. It asks you for a relocation type, and I think just a relocation address. And then, boop.
Does the thing.
Yeah.
Does the thing.
I think there's even a win function. So I think there's a win function you need to relocate over main.
Lose. I saw init.
Yeah, there's lose. Oh, I think it calls lose and you overwrite lose with
win.
With win, yeah.
So let's see.
Oh, they might try to relocate part of libc's like a one gadget over the lose function, which totally valid.
Yeah, this is also several of those Me Maybe challenges have like a variety of solutions too.
Oh yeah. Well, because it is access to a full feature.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not just one path.
Yeah. This is sort of, I would say, like a weird machine category, right?
Yeah,
like they're like it's a particular. Oop. No one saw that. Were we watching Blue Water and see the? No, I think there's just an auth system. I do think it's funny the Oracle docs over on RePokemoned Collection. that they're looking at, because I've 100% you're looking at relocation documentation, and Oracle's hosting a whole bunch of these.
That is actually the page I had open when I solved this.
Is it really?
Yeah.
There you go. That exact
That
version.
is the exact page where. So I think, honestly, they're just going through all the relocation types.
Yeah.
Watch, it'll work. I think the exact relocation you want is at the bottom of this table, though.
Oh, of course it is. Well, the one that we use to solve again. There's so
you can use any of these. It's just calculating the offsets is going to be a pain.
Yeah. And relocations are fun too, because they depend not only on, it's not just like ELF has one type of relocation, PE has another type of relocation. No. The architecture and like they get weird. There's some really strange ones.
They really do. So many to-dos of handle this relocation type.
Yeah, show me your scar where you've been burned by it. I can't see beyond the lights. I'm seeing people. Oh, there we go. I'm not gonna call. I'm on camera, so I'm not gonna call you by name. But it's good to see you. So. Yeah, well, that was. Look, what was that payload? Was that a full payload already?
No.
On Blue Water, I saw something that looked like they were looking through.
Oh, they're looking for. Are they looking? Don't be looking for relocation sources.
I'm looking that.
Oh no.
What are they looking at?
Who knows? Maybe they're familiar with this. Maybe they can do it quickly.
I mean, I'm going to be shocked if after 10, 15 minutes we don't have a solve from somebody.
Yeah.
I think like this feels like the kind of thing that somebody could real quickly bang one out. But it may or may not be quick. Are we? Man, I hope you can read RePokemonedCollections collection.
They're looking for one gadgets right now.
Okay.
And it looks like, well, they just have pwn process. Yeah, I think they're trying to relocate the one gadget to main, maybe? I don't know how early you get asked for relocations.
Yeah, it makes sense. You would have to call. Yeah, main would be a really poor choice because you're asked in main, presumably, how to do the relocations.
It was in a
right?
init. I don't know if a init is like actually like in an
init
array.
Does init itself do the querying?
It is, because you need to do relocations like.
Oh,
super
yeah. That's right. That makes sense.
So I think it's
so you could do main then.
Mod pre-init or something.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Get on there. Relocate me maybe. Oh, we already got an offset. Okay, so we're putting in on Blue Water. We're actually putting in an address.
Okay, relocation
and
type 8.
Do another. Do you want to do another?
Reloc 8 is relative relocation, base plus address.
All right, so we've got a psych fault.
So that, yeah, that's actually a totally valid relocation type.
So this is, are they specify? Is it our info? Is that the field that they're specifying the type of the relocation essentially?
Yes.
Is there another? This time they're going to run a debugger and see how it's actually dying.
The relative relocation is loaded base plus offset. So that's really easy. It takes pi out of the equation. You can just relocate any part of the binary over.
I'm really wondering if we forgot to check the screen resolution of Pokemon Collection, because that is.
No, I legitimately think he just uses that size.
That's just the size font that they
people do that.
use.
I tried to do that one time and I was like, I'm a human, not an ant.
Yeah, or an eagle or whatever.
Or
it has incredibly good
vision.
vision.
Makes way more sense
than
ant.
Yeah,
I was like, ant, the letters will be real big compared to you. And I'm like,
but their eyes aren't very good either.
Notorious for great eyesight.
Ants, everybody knows that.
That's what they say.
This is, the definition of insanity, right? That's, I think, the 4th time Blue Water's done the exact same relocation at the same offset in the same session.
But it's not technically the same thing, because there is pi, there's ASLR.
Okay.
I'm just jumping in here to defend them because I myself do that many times.
That's good. That's good. Well, they're all faster than I probably would have been on this challenge, so I'm not going to. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
So I think this is doable with one relocation, but it does ask you for a couple options. So
yeah, what is this whole? This is another challenge. This inject backdoor.py they pulled up immediately. So they had some other solution to it. Yeah, you can actually even see it's from this 2022 challenge CTF. So they're trying to pull information they had for this generic backdoor, which could go either way. I could see it being like, oh, instantly help them out and get a faster solve, but also sometimes like you try to make something fit and there's an either you're just doing it from scratch is actually faster. So I'm really curious where they go with that and how quickly they end up landing it.
Okay,
that
over
is
on RePokemonedCollections.
So hard to read.
Microloft Visual Radar Net 2008. That's cute. Relocations has not been applied in R2.
Wait, if Radari doesn't apply relocations.
Well, no, you pass -E bin reload supply equals
specifically.
true. R2 is actually a very capable tool. It just takes a couple pages of text to invoke it.
Yeah, no, if you know all the right options. And,
Yeah.
And actually, for something like this where you're playing with something low level, it's you know, if you've got those options there, it's not bad at all.
Yeah.
You're not relying on you know, the perfect decompilation and a lot of these other.
I mean,
kinda
I'll
like
say Binja, you can just patch the relocation table and then reload it, and it'll just show what it would be loaded as. But
I mean, yeah, that's
You
one
know,
way to
I'm
do it.
just
Is
here
that is
chilling.
this how you may have verified this particular one?
Actually, yeah, I think it did.
Yeah. There we go.
I wasn't really planning that, but that's the first thing that came to mind. It makes sense that that's also how
That's
I solved
also
it.
how you solved it
Yeah.
when you were doing it. All right, so we actually have Blue Water working on a solution here. So size 6433, offset start. So I like that they have their win already defined there. That's nice. I think you
Oh,
can
and
tell
then there
people
is
who played
shell
it
coding.
before. Python. Wait, is this?
Oh, wait, the entire binary is RWX. That's an important bit. Forgot about that.
That is pretty important. You could just write a payload anywhere
Yeah.
or all sorts of other stuff.
Just relocate your shellcode.
Okay, so they're using shell. So okay, so that's the solution we're seeing from Blue Water. Looks like they're actually just going to build a payload in it. We're seeing Patch Elf called from Pokemon Collection.
Oh, they're patching the interpreter to, I guess, just to run it properly. I mean,
sure I
it
understand the
shouldn't matter
goal.
much on the libc type unless they are trying to relocate like system over read or something, system over puts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it would work. It's a little more roundabout, but totally valid.
Yeah, again, there's a bunch of different ways to do it. Keeping an eye on our other two. The last one, we
God.
missed. I can't believe we missed like the
Yeah.
other slow. They were just so quiet too. They
They
solved
were.
it
They
and
just
quietly
stood up.
got up and left, and we didn't hear it. All right, so back on Blue Water, we've got. They're just going to be writing. Yeah, read
Yeah,
8
okay,
bytes
they're
at a
writing
time,
shell
and they're going to
Yeah.
write them at a particular
And they're
offset.
just relocating quad by
Sure.
quad.
They're just using it as an arbitrary write.
This is
basically.
looking very similar to my solution.
Okay. Just write the buffer indirectly.
Yep. And just overriding whatever address that is. I don't know if that's just like in BSS or something.
I
Or
wonder if
exit?
that's the call to lose, right? Just write your shellcode directly into lose.
Well, I don't know if
Be
lose is
one
actually
target.
called. They really weren't in a decompiler for that long at all.
That's true. They were just before this. They were actually in IDA looking at the disassembly. So I don't know if they were looking at where they could make some safe
I
changes
really
or
need to put those like SLA and SL helpers in my Ponenit script.
Oh yeah.
Because I want to say that's like a solid 50% byte per byte
The
of
number
my
of
script
te-
is just
text
send
that you-
line,
yeah.
receive line,
Receive line, yeah.
send line after, yeah.
Receive until. So
Another one.
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, if this could technically just work, I don't see any obvious flaws in it. That might be that fast. We'll see.
Requires a buffer of 8
Yep.
bytes. The classic blunder.
Oh man.
Which one is L just again? Does that move it left or does that move it right?
Wait, here we go. Hold on. Exit.
It's like fault.
Okay.
But it's looking really close for Blue Water.
It's looking like a possible solution anyway. Still not seeing the other bracket with it.
And looking at RePokemon Collection with Ghidra up for like a second, it looks like lose isn't called for main. Lose
Okay.
might be like the Finny array entry or something.
Interesting. I mean, that'd still work.
Yeah, totally.
You still get your shellcode running.
I wonder if it is a win function. Just
Oh,
call
okay. Here we
lose.
go. There was they were broken in the pwn bag. Okay.
Oh, they're on null bytes now. Oh,
Yeah.
they did the thing. They L-justed instead of R-justing.
Oh no.
I always get backwards.
Is that it?
I think so, because it looks like they're in null bytes. Because that like add dref RAX thing, I think that's just a null.
It is null. It is null.
Yeah.
Add your FRX AL in particular.
Yeah, so I think they just L-just instead of R-just or vice versa.
Maybe they're looking at disassembly here.
Not believe ret. I mean, they should just know the relative return address. Like, oh, were they off by 1 byte? Oh, they're null bytes again.
Yep.
Huh.
When our other LiveCTF helpers, Wilson, is coming by. Appreciate everybody that helps over the years, even running cables and doing all that stuff.
So many.
Yeah,
I feel like the cables duplicate each year.
They did. They do it in my bag. Okay, so so
70
Pokemon
pounds of
D
cables.
looking at relocation still. Blue Water
looking really
looks
close.
like so close. I don't know what the bug is. If it's just the L-Just and R-Just?
L-Just, R-Just, or their address they're overriding is wrong. But they're overriding.
Oh, what was the address? So let's look back at the address. That was hex
in their
18 something. Yeah, and they pull that back up
That was
again.
like 1480 or something. I don't know.
Oh, I wonder if they're on a Mac and they're SSHing into their local VM. That's what the SSHs are for. Like, get a native. Okay, 1489.
1480. Yeah, 80 makes way more sense. 89 is a weird offset.
Yeah, function starts are usually aligned. So into nulls again.
It really does look like they're just
like, I don't know what they're
like 4 bytes late or something. What is that?
Oh, they're in the Finny.
Oh. Okay, so it's just not executing, I guess. Oh, why would it be? Oh, because
A0
it might
instead
be
of
deroughing.
They're trying to overwrite main A0, and instead they're landing in the Finny. That's what happened. I mean, there's the blind way of just subtract an offset arbitrarily
until
it.
That's what they're about to do, I think.
They're just looking. Where are we? That's main 23. That's not the right offset.
Wait, Zor Al 24? What? Something tells me that is not part of the call to puts.
Misaligned, maybe.
This is honestly where I want to say a solid 30 to 40% of CTF is you have the concept.
Yeah,
you have
you
almost
know exactly
working
what you're
exploit,
doing.
but it doesn't work for some reason, and the computer's not doing the right thing. My exploit is right.
Why is it not cyclic?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just an update, Pokemon Collection is off in the ABI specs. So I think they're still really just trying to figure out, like,
yeah, they're
what
looking
can
at
I do
they want
with
the right relocation
what
type
can I do with the
immediately.
relocation? Yeah, assuming Blue Water has the right type, they definitely made much further progress there. But
I think this should work.
was that the exact type that you used as well? Do you remember the 8?
I don't remember.
I was just saying.
It sounds right, maybe. I think I used a later one with an absolute.
64. Yeah, because it's entirely possible that's also what's throwing it off.
Maybe.
So actually, let's go back to Pokemon Collection because they are in a debugger now, running it over. So do they,
Oh, it's
what is their
so
input?
tiny.
I know. Can you see their payload?
DCU main, of course.
What I do
classic
like
commands.
is that you can see their all of their notes in different windows and stuff. So on the upside, you get to see a lot of the context to the state of what they're working on.
Yeah, my favorite note is O command not found.
That's just the backup terminal.
I know everyone
okay.
has it. Scratch pad.
X64 ABI.
Yeah,
so they're just
going
like calling
through, trying to
convention
find
stuff.
the relocation types again. I think they're legitimately just relocating a symbol. Like they're trying to relocate a symbol over.
But what
no,
symbol?
the bottom page. Do the one below.
And none of our other bracket has not done it yet. Let's do a check-in and see
Now,
when
wait,
our
how far
time
away
is
is
for
the
our,
hint?
our first hint. Yeah, exactly. When is the first hint? Let's pull that up.
Because I think
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes to the first
Wow,
hint.
okay. We're kind of cracked in guessing the time.
Yeah, we got a little itchy. We're like, wait a minute, this feels like.
Oh, wait. That's an LS. Over on Blue Water.
Now they're switching it. Switch to remote.
Yeah, switch
Blue
to
Water
remote.
might have it.
I
Blue
think
Water.
they just got.
Wait,
They should
they're
just
they're getting their
yeah,
team. They're getting their IP, and then they're going to put their. Do they already have They already have submitter 3 on, so this should be it.
I think this is just it.
Let's.
Just misaligned. Pull.
That's it. Congratulations. Well done, Blue Water.
Good job.
Very nice.
Solid progress, very consistent.
Yep.
They just kept working towards it.
Figured it out. So you can leave. You're done. Once you're
Yeah.
both sides solved, you're done. So, all right. Well, that's it for this round. We got a little bit of time back. We'll see how long our other bracket takes. You can watch that over on the other stream. And
Yeah,
when
match.
that one wraps up or goes into sudden death,
We'll have the last one of the day.
the last one of the
after
day is
this?
next. After this, I'm going to go ahead and shut off the stream.
Oh, yeah, because Carl. Oh, wait, no, Carl's running back.
All right, Carl's got his he'll sign us out. He was just letting him know what's going on. So we'll
The
go ahead.
skeleton crew.
Yeah, we'll see you depending on how long the next match goes. Finalize that today, and that'll be our first elimination match where we'll
Oh, it
actually say
is.
goodbye. No one has lost twice yet, but we're going to have a match of 2 teams who with each one loss, and so we'll say goodbye to somebody here coming up sometime after 5 o'clock.
All right, take care.
All right. No, we'll talk about that. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Live CTF. We're here for the final match of the day. We are going to get started. So, players.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right.
They both know to go. They both know to
Yes.
go. All right. They're both downloading. This is
awesome. We are, we're here again. Final match of the day. Live CTF. So part of the DEF CON CTF in Las Vegas, DEF CON 32, and
last match of the day.
Last match of the day, we have HypeBoy versus Straw Hat, and what do we know about this challenge? It's called like Intel 1001, I think is the.
Oh, it looks
name.
like a little virtual machine right there. Yeah. So we've got a little emulator.
Right. So if we, for example, look at HypeBoy's screen here, we can see they're opening this up in IDA and starting the initial.
They found a win function. They call it saw a system. They look for cross references, so no cross references, and they know that they're gonna get the address to win already in their
they noted it down. These players.
You can tell people who've played, by the way, this before this exact game because they know immediately to like populate your variables, get your opponent script ready. Like they have everything kind of like queued up.
Yeah. So this challenge, as we mentioned, a virtual machine. I did so this is one made by Glenn, and I test solved this challenge. So it's something as exotic as a 1-bit architecture.
So 1-bit. So hence the Intel 1001.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So you have, I think, 16, if I remember correctly, 16 1-bit registers.
Okay.
And you have like opcodes with like 1-bit operands and so on.
Yeah.
And
So we see some so you can see the virtual machine. I mean, it decompiles pretty cleanly. You see assignments. You see, moving into a temp. And is that just exchanging?
I think I think it picks out the operand, or maybe it's the accumulator. Actually, I think R0, the 0 register, kind of acts like an accumulator register, kind of. I think it's like in a lot of the operations, if I remember correctly, it's kind of like the implicit destination register.
Sure.
If we can maybe take a look over at Straw Hat, they're also.
They didn't get the memo to change one of their screens to dark mode. It really makes our life easier. If one of them you have to figure out beforehand, flip a coin. Somebody needs to go into a dark.
Yeah, or use, so we have two IDA users. We've been talking about this throughout the day, the different tools that people are using. We've seen Binary Ninja, we've seen Ghidra, we've seen IDA. I heard you were talking about Radare.
Yeah, we had several you actually using Radare. In their defense, it was a challenge that involved relocations, just dumping out some relocation types, and very simple decompilation. It didn't have a lot of like crazy stuff that you had to do. I think it's reasonable. I don't think it was the craziest choice.
I see. So we are getting kind of like almost the full range, at least for like the general. We're not seeing like, what is the Mac OS?
Hopper
or
Jeb or maybe Realize or something like that.
Maybe we should do more like Android challenges and have like stuff like this.
Yeah, some Android mobile would be good.
Yeah,
one more variety. I'm not going to write it, but somebody else can.
Well,
you might. Maybe you can do some of that.
Yep.
All right. So we're running a script already.
On HypeBoy's screen here, we see that they are kind of. You can see in the script they were kind of like building up a some payload basically that they're going to send there. You see the VM and they're adding up these bytes and so on to.
It's worth mentioning real quick, by the way. We only have one match going on this time, and the reason is because we had a forfeit, actually. So
unfortunately, in the other match that was supposed to run concurrently, never stop exploiting, they were unable to have a player on location. So some maybe logistics issue there from on their team. Very unfortunate.
And so they're actually the first ones, I think, then out of the tournament as a result, or out of the bracket rather, for the scoring that is happening here.
So they will get the 11/12th place. Well, I guess we will have 4 teams on the same kind of ranking.
Basically
there.
lose twice immediately.
Right.
Essentially. Right.
So kind of the shared 9th through 12th place.
So there's sort of like a pyramid of like different positions and placements. Like 1 and 2, 3 and 4 are all discrete, just because the way the bracket works. We know an exact one of those, and the other ones tend to get kind of bucketed. And there's just different points that come to each, and those points go towards the main event. So they'll be getting those in the the teams that do well there. We'll see their score, which if you're in the room here, there's a big scoreboard up on the wall. You can actually see how teams are doing. None of the scores will be added directly from LiveCTF until the end of the event.
Right. I want to switch over here to Straw Hat and see that they have now also started doing their challenge, or started building their Soul script. Yeah.
And they didn't actually have like a pre-done init created one of those. A lot of people start with
starting
those.
From a blank slate. So apparently there is apparently, I mean, I've actually have tested this challenge, but it was actually, this one was one of the first challenges that was kind of finished in the
that's right,
in the archives. So it was a couple of weeks ago, but there was a debug flag.
You mean many months ago, because we're super prepared.
Oh yeah.
Super prepared.
It was absolutely not the case that I wrote the last challenge on the flight here to Vegas.
And I didn't even finish the one I was writing.
No,
right?
but it was fine. It was fine. You're taking care of other things.
Yeah.
But anyway, point is, when the program starts, it basically asks if you want to enable the debug mode or not. And if you enable it, you will just get a bunch of printouts.
Extra prints. I see, you can see a lot of those if debugs in the decompilation.
Right.
Yeah.
It will print like what it's doing, and that was actually very useful when debugging this.
It's quite nice.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. It's sort of in the spirit of a live CTF with we're trying to gauge the difficulty, and giving somebody a full VM could be rather tricky. So I think that's a nice way to make that a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we can see that Straw Hat here, they have this structure for, I think all of the debug symbols and stuff are left in. So that's what
it came with variables right out of the box. I saw.
So you have all of these nicely defined structures, which I think is very, very nice. Here there is some pretty loud screaming going on here in the hall.
Whatever.
I don't know if that is bleeding through. Hopefully not. Someone with a megaphone or something. Anyway, I think I'm just trying to get a little bit of a gauge. I mean, if we're looking over at HypeBoy's script, right?
Yeah. They're building little primitives, right?
Right. So I think it's basically they're kind of creating a function for each instruction to kind of encode each instruction and generate the proper bytes. The interesting thing with this is it will never hurt, I guess, but you need very few of the instruction in this VM to actually do the thing. I think.
Well, it turns out if you had the ability to say arbitrary set or clear bits and other thing, I literally don't even know the intended solution. But if it's a 1-bit architecture, my first thought is, well, do I have anything that some out of bound index or something, increase the counter to get it out of bounds, and then do some sort of read or write, and then
I
write
think
arbitrary memory?
If I
That's
remember correctly, it's you have a memory region, and then you can set these registers, and they will be bits in an offset into this memory region, and it's basically the memory region is too small, so you can write out of bounds on this.
I don't want to say it's been done a lot, but it is a classic, and that's honestly, we like doing that. It's sort of a conscious choice. It's sort of the part of the goal of LiveCTF is to take something that's been done a lot, that is a very classic, almost a trope of CTFs, distill it into something we think can be solved in this 30-40 minutes, and show it off, because I think it is a really common technique. You'll see a lot of virtual machines will it's a tape, right? You're going to read and write, and can you move the read head or write head outside of the normal memory?
I remember one of my favorite of those was Riscure, they're Dutch, right? The hardware security company. They ran this RHME2. It was a hardware hacking CTF with a mix of challenges. They had a really cool VM challenge where they had a custom architecture where the architecture only had 6 registers or something, but there were 3 bits to choose the in the encoding of the instruction. You had 3 bits to encode the destination register.
Yeah.
So you could index kind of out of bounds inside of this structure for the VM, and then you could overwrite internal VM data structures. And
interesting.
So a little bit similar to this in some sense.
Just a little bit more complicated, probably at the end of the day.
But if we're looking at HypeBoy's screen here, we see that they're actually trying to run this a little bit. They have created a make U32 function that seems very useful. Some kind of that's so you can see these like bit patterns that are, I guess they're kind of like maybe expanding out like a. I'm actually not entirely sure. Is it maybe just setting the various registers according to, the bits of that number? That could be something like this that we are seeing.
I'm not sure. And this,
Yeah.
that's the debug output, I
That
assume,
is the
right
debug
there.
output that you see. You see like the program counter, the state of the registers, and the operation that's being carried out.
Oh, yeah.
It's very useful to do. And you can see that there are a bunch of zeros and ones being set. So it's hard to tell right now if they're like setting. Maybe it's just like a test value. It looked kind of arbitrary, so they were just kind of like
build the wrapper to try to show that it's working.
Proving to themselves that like, yes, I can take this number and then code it in the correct way and send the sequence.
We're actually seeing Straw Hat too is got it looks like a write and a read maybe, or is it R0? No, an R0 and a write. So they moved away, but they are building up their script. So it looked like they started a little slower in terms of building it up, but. I don't feel like that necessarily hurts them in this challenge. Like if they can more quickly figure out where the actual bug is, I don't think they're really that far behind.
Yeah. It's always with. I mean, we see this in a lot of these types of challenges, like pwn and reversing stuff, where it's like, how much time do you spend like kind of carefully mapping out and reversing and like making everything tidy to like line up all your dominoes versus like just kind of like making a mad dash for like a hacky solution that can potentially work.
I like the game theory explore exploit, which I think is entirely appropriate here, right? Because how much do you explore and how much do you exploit is like very on the nose for exactly what's happening, right? And how much do you learning and studying and trying to figure out a total understanding, and then how much you just do it, right?
Yeah, and I think I would be pretty bad at LiveCTF because I really like making like very like tidy exploit scripts. Like I would put like
your own errors.
I would put like type hints on my wrapper functions and like have proper variable names and like logging statements that will like validate if you're leaking
Asserts
something.
in your
I will do like
script.
all of that stuff. It's like because I don't know. It's almost like some kind of meditation for me to just like make it like nice.
It's a bad habit too to be in when you're used to coding in a really sloppy style, and then you got to remember, oh no, now I want this to be really good, right?
Yeah, but we can have a look again at HypeBoy.
Still working on their Make 32. It looks like. I think they're still trying to validate that they can just get a 32-bit value in there. They may have. I don't know. Like, I guess it depends on the payload. If it's something that requires you to build up an arbitrary full value versus something that lets you just set it clear some bits.
So I think what I believe we saw there was like they had printed out kind of the value that they wanted the registers to have at the top, and they were comparing it to the output of the debug output and seeing like, are the bits actually ending up in the correct location relative to where? And there we also saw a read from the memory, and you saw that there was like a pointer, like an index of 459
right
there.
Yep.
So I'm
Wait, was that 429 hex though, or was it was hex?
I'm not entirely sure.
They thought it was,
but I think so they're really like in that area where they're like trying to set up this memory. And now we saw it jumped up to about twice the value, so we're probably like one bit that wasn't properly set. It jumped up from like 400 something to 800 something. I think, it's all hex, right? Because now it was 8B3. So that's
Straw's actually got they were sort of load offset method.
Right. So
where they're pulling in. This is the only downside to when they write things a little too concisely. It's a little hard to.
So it looks like reversed range. So they're basically, I think this is also kind of load of. This is equivalent to the make U32 from the other thing. You see that they step through the various registers, and then you see they shift and mask. So they're like taking the one bit from the target, and you see the R0 is because the way in this VM that you load, so you can only load immediate values. In R0. So like you set bits in the other register by setting R0 and then doing an exchange between two registers. So that's why you see there was an R0 helper function and an exchange helper function. So that's basically what they were doing there. So they are.
Yeah, you can see those long list of exchanges were those first 15 opcodes in the switch there, that one particular K0.
Right. So they are basically on the same track. They are slightly behind, but not like by a lot.
Yeah, I think Straw Hat's, again, still within striking range. It kind of depends on... I have yet to see anything that says they know exactly where they're going, but maybe they do. Maybe they're just... They know where they need to be, and they're building up this payload too. So
yes, if I remember correctly, the VM struct is on the stack, so you can just like take the offset and overwrite the return function with the win functions. I think that's kind of the game plan. Well, it should be the game plan, at least.
It's really an easy, quick way of doing it. And we did see that win being pulled up by HypeBoy, which I don't still see in Straw Hat. So HypeBoy does have that value that they know they want to write and target it. I don't think I've seen them calculate the distance for the return address yet. So even once they get this, I think they're going to still have to calculate how far.
Yeah, so if we look at HypeBoy's screen, they should be...
we need the telestrator. We could pause their pause and then
hold it.
Yeah.
No, but I was thinking that maybe what they're starting out with is just like, can I write, can we get the write what where primitive?
Yeah.
And then once you have that, you can just figure out the offset that you want and the value that you want. I do...
I haven't seen... I've seen a lot of code writing and looking at decompilation from Straw Hat. I haven't seen them running or test. I mean, they've just been writing helpers. They're still just building up all these little helpers. And I don't think I've seen them test any of them. I mean, they couldn't have, right? Because this is just the...
Yeah, so if we go over to Straw Hat's screen there, we can see that they are now adding... They had like a load offset, and now there's also a write offset. So kind of setting up, as you said, those read and write... Well, not read and write. Like the load, it's like setting up the address and then doing the write. So that's basically what's happening here. This is definitely similar to what I did. I also remember that there was some like little weird quirk when I was doing this. Like
Do you need to go read your notes to go look at your solve script real quick?
No. It's like it was just one of those things where like I had done my like nicely structured functions.
Yeah.
And then I realized that at the end I was like, oh no, I need to do it in a slightly different way, and it's like it was very annoying. But anyway, it looks like they're definitely on the right track here, building up this write offset, load offset, and then write offset functions.
Yeah, and I think it's probably worth noting that like the difference between this and say one of the challenges that the teams are doing right now, right? So for people who aren't aware, like the whole DEF CON CTF is happening right around us. There's big teams, sometimes 50 people or more, and they're playing much more difficult challenges. But fundamentally, they're not that dissimilar to here. What'll happen is instead it'll be a much bigger, more complicated binary, maybe multiple exploits you have to chain together. But little things like we include full types and debug information in these, that'll be missing. And so they'll spend a lot of time just marking up and annotating and doing the reverse engineering to first understand like a single instruction and the structure size and all. Like it's not just instantly they read it and see it and then they start writing the exploit, right? So it's really kind of encapsulating this process that it is happening at a larger scale kind of around us amongst these 12 teams.
Yeah. I'd also say, for example, like I would say most modern like exploitation challenges, you typically run with, I would say, most, if not all, of like
memory
the protections.
Yeah, exactly.
And the idea being that you have multiple vulnerabilities and chain them together.
You got to get a leak. You got to get a separate,
And we, in a lot of our challenges, we're like, okay, we'll
just
skip
not
the
enough
leak.
time.
We'll
There's
just
just
disable
not enough time.
pi.
Yeah.
We'll skip the leak, and we'll just go. Once you have your arbitrary write, that's
or we'll give you the leak. We'll literally build a function in that will leak out addresses for you. So it's very rare. Just because even if it's relatively straightforward, there's still lots of steps and chances for mistakes.
Yeah.
And we just don't have enough time to compress it in and know that teams are probably going to be able to solve it kind of in the time that we have.
Yeah.
So.
And we just saw on Straw Hat's screen that they were just double checking the hint timer there with 1 minute left until we release the hint.
In fact, we're going to want to make sure that our hint crew knows that they're going to be distributing or letting them know that hint is coming.
Yep. so that the players are aware. We tell them in advance when the hints are going to be released, but because it's so easy to just like zone in and kind of lose track of time, we also kind of walk up and just like give them a signal that the hint has been released.
Yeah, and especially when we're starting exactly on the hour. Like this day we had a little bit of a late start because of some power to the building and a few other things that were a little behind. So like normally when it's exactly on, then it's a lot easier because you can just keep a look at the clock and always know, 20 minutes in, 35 minutes in. But our times have all been kind of off, so it especially makes sense to do that. So we just keep running Make U32. We really, over on HypeBoy, we really want to get Make U32 dumping the correct address.
Yep. So I do believe, if I remember correctly, that like maybe this challenge, I haven't seen this quite clearly yet in IDA, but maybe this one actually had like pi, and you actually needed to do a leak plus
and then calculate it and then write it.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure, but I also remember there being like something very useful in the debug output that you could use for some of this.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there was something. I don't know if that was exactly it, but.
All right, let's check on our hint timing.
Yeah,
hints
so the hints have been released.
The hints live?
Yeah.
So I believe the hints live. We're going to go ahead and let the teams know, and
yeah.
we'll keep an eye on their screens, and we'll see. Actually, yeah, because I don't think we know offhand what the hints
No, and then
are.
the next hint will be in 15 minutes. Yep.
This does have the advantage of being the last match of the day, which is nice.
Yep.
We are a little bit over time, but the CTF is still kind of going too. So.
Yep. Right. And yeah, over on the HypeBoy's.
There we go. Here's.
Yeah.
Straw Hat's got it up.
So. The hint is there was a bit NDNS sucks. Make sure you use the debug mode, and was something about getting the correct order. So yeah,
I don't think that's a useful one.
No, I think they were kind of past that point, which is fine. I mean, they still have
30 minutes total, right? Before.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they have 30 minutes.
15 to 15.
So yeah, with the progress they have.
Yeah, they're both.
I think it should be good. They should be able to solve this, and it's. I mean, unless you can always get stuck on the things.
That's the hardest part, and that's one of the things I like about it. So the difference between another difference between the live CTF portion and the main event is just working with somebody else, having two people side by side, one person to catch your mistakes, or when you're talking about something.
Yeah, I definitely I remember this story from like I was playing as a guest player on a team, and there were a bunch of people there who were like very much like only did one category, like they only do web challenges or something. And I'm a very big proponent of like trying that you should try different things.
Yeah.
Like you can have your home category, right?
Sure.
But like when you've solved all the webs, like don't just sit there and twiddle your thumbs. Right?
I'm done. Nothing else for me to do. Yeah.
So I was gonna sit down and solve like a reverse engineering challenge, which is my favorite area. And then I like told these three people like, okay, I mean, if you don't have like a challenge to solve, just sit behind me, look at what I'm doing, and point out any mistakes that I make.
Yeah.
And I was just like, kind of narrating my thoughts. I was just talking through what I was doing.
Yeah.
And sure, most of it was kind of like above their level. But then at some point I was writing this kind of script, and I made like a small typo or something. And then one of the guys was like, well, shouldn't that be like a 1 or a 0?
Doesn't have to be an expert.
No.
In your,
he was just like following along.
Yeah,
and I was like, you're completely right, and that probably saved me, let's say, like half an hour of debugging. So that was really great. But they don't have those people here. They don't have their like rubber ducks.
Exactly. This one is just mano y mano. They got one-on-one, and it makes it harder.
Yeah. Maybe we should take a look again here at Straw Hat. Look at their exploit
script. Along.
Yeah, it's. I mean, if nothing else, it's pretty beautiful. I will say, like I really like the structure.
I might pick on some of their naming a little bit earlier on, but it's gotten better and a little more readable.
It's cool. And then we see they're running it here. I'm trying to like decipher. You see this kind of blob of bits being set. Yeah. So you see here this memory offset, right? You saw like there was like an FFO and the memory. So I think that's getting towards like the out of bounds, looking at the out of bounds right there. They're setting a lot of those bits to get a high address, which means a high
more
offset.
More likely to be outside of the
outside.
Range.
Then of course like it's not enough with any random offset. You need like specific offsets later. But like starting by like proving to yourself that like actually.
Yeah, they certainly could probably trigger a crash or some sort of other unexpected behavior if they do overwrite something.
Because it might be the case that you're reading the code and you're like, wait, isn't this an overflow? And you're like, yeah, it should be an overflow. And then you just try it, and you just try it with any random value and see like, okay, did I, at all write outside the buffer? And they're now doing a write to the memory as well. You can see the FFF:7 and writing a bit. Oh, and yeah, of course, since this is a 1-bit architecture, your writes are also bits.
Yep.
So the address is 3 bits. Like the least significant 3 bits are like the bit addressing within the byte. So your address, if you say you have a 16-bit address, it's 13 bits, like the byte offset in the memory region, and 3 bits, the bit offset within that byte, what you're addressing.
Oh, that's super annoying. That's tedious as
heck. So you need to kind of like, shift your things up.
And So I see now that bin num slicing that they're doing in the Make E32 over here is probably coming from that same encoding then.
So yeah, we can switch over to HypeBoy and see a little bit what's going on over there. Yeah, and
this poor Make E32 has been rewritten, I think, about 6 times.
Yeah, you do see there. That's a very high address. Like we saw a 4-digit, like a 1982 there, and compare that to we saw that there was like an FF0 or something, and it might be that the memory region is actually like exactly 1 page. So anything above 1,000 hex is out of bounds.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to remember all the details about the challenge, but that's the kind of the idea that you can address outside of this memory region.
Yeah, and this is a good example where even if you're working on this yourself without kind of symbols or any other information, you would add your own debugging information like they have. You would set breakpoints in the virtual machine because debugging it natively until you get to the actual override or the write of the memory buffer is not really all that helpful, right? Like you really need to see the state of the virtual.
Would you be impressed if someone wrote a Binja architecture plugin for
1001? Uh-oh, we've got an announcement here going out here. Let's see what it says.
Is complete for today. Thanks for your participation. Captains, please report to the
Well, I hope captains are not part of the LiveCTF because they've just announced that the CTF itself is being shut down.
Yeah, I think.
Make sure that they know that they should keep going.
Yeah.
I think they know.
They know.
They didn't. They either our noise canceling headphones worked really well, or they understand that there's still points on the line. Now this is I believe not an elimination match, correct?
This is.
Were there 2 that were both going to be elimination
matches?
Yeah. Okay, that's right.
Because we're running.
This is the.
It's in the lower bracket. So this is the. So we're up to our 5th round in total. So this is the 1/2 of the first round in the lower bracket.
And you can see that on the challenge.
So if you go to LiveCTF.com, you can see the tournament bracket, and there you can see the matches, who's playing who, and also when they are playing. So we will be live streaming this throughout the weekend. We did, this is the 5th match of today. I think we have 6 matches tomorrow, and then the final 3 on Sunday.
Yep. And those will be nice because we only have 1 table. We can tear down half of our gear at that point.
Yes. These numbers don't really add up to me, by the way. But that's the later issue.
We'll figure that out. By the way, where's the? So the website's not loading super well on the network that we're on here.
I see. It should be just scrolling down on the website.
An iframe right there as well loads.
Yes.
All right.
We might be having some.
Oh, interesting. So we actually do. Let's actually go back over to HypeBoy.
Yeah.
Because
so checking HypeBoy.
They are in a debugger now. And so either they think they're overwriting. Okay, so they're checking, setting their breakpoints. So they at least think they're getting close to something,
You
right?
saw that they were basically breaking at the return of main, which is, I think, where you would have the overwrite.
If they had successfully done a return address overwrite inside of main.
And then maybe something was off, and,
So now they're trying to calculate, okay, where is our pointer for our write? And
And, so we have about 6 minutes left until
the next
hint. and that means we have about 16.
21 minutes total. I think there's 15 minutes after.
Right.
the
Sorry.
hits.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So that would say that's still a pretty
Very
decent
doable.
chunk
Yeah.
of time. They have very good progress. I mean, they fully understand the
yeah,
situation.
yeah.
They understand the bug. They mostly understand the VM. They're just trying to, fiddle around with the pieces, getting everything in place. Yeah. And we
Yeah,
can see Straw Hats here. They're opening up the debugger.
Also running it in a debugger. Yeah, Straw Hat's got it in the debugger as well. And I didn't see their full payload, but
Yes. And now we can actually confirm. You see the addresses here in IDA. Those are not absolute addresses. Those are offsets.
Yep.
Right. So
Yep.
we are looking at a pi.
it is randomized, right? Because
Yes.
that's not what the addresses we're seeing with this run in
Yeah.
memory. Yep.
And they. Oh, so we see here that they're using Jeff, and they are manually calculating the offsets here. But you don't need to do that in Jeff because there is a pi break where you can command in Jeff.
And you can give it the relative, and
so
it will calculate
you type
the offset
pi
for you.
break and then the offset, and it
Yeah.
will do it for you. If you do it while you're running, it will just immediately resolve that to the absolute address. You can also do this before starting the program if you run it with pi run instead of just the regular GDB run.
Nice.
It's very useful.
It's also worth noting that they're showing the debugging in GDB, obviously, right? Essentially in the back end, even with the Jeff Raffer. And they're setting, or they're dumping various bits of memory. Even if you don't have a binary with symbols, some of the tools allow you to export symbols as dwarf or in formats where then you can load it in GDB, which actually makes that really helpful. So you can actually take your RE annotations, dump into a file that you then load into GDB.
Yeah.
Which is super useful.
Still not sure if I've ever done that, but
I know I don't know I've ever seen
it's
people
that
do it,
thing
but
where I think there have been many times where I should do this,
Yeah,
but I've never
yeah,
done
yeah.
it, so I don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out later,
it's
and
just
then
export dwarf in Binja will do it.
Yeah.
It'll take all the types and export them as
because I
dwarf.
know that some people have built for example, I know there used to be IDA GDB bridges and stuff like this.
Too. Yep.
Stuff like this.
Usually those though are less robust about for example copying over all the type information and things like that, and they're more for. So I think dwarf is a pretty good format for that. We're seeing both of them in the debugger now, back and forth. And just watch, both appear to be could be getting close. It's hard to say. So we're breaking in a read over here on HypeBoy.
Yeah, and
they're looking at the local frame pointer.
So we see
stack address,
probably text,
program address.
Yeah.
All those fives.
So making some small. Okay, so they made a small adjustment there to their offset.
Rerun it.
And what do we see from this? It's now we're really in that phase where
to the wire.
You have it mostly probably working, but there's something small. You kind of maybe
off by one somewhere.
Off by one,
you added one line twice instead of once, and
or you didn't think about you added. Sometimes I feel things you add some abstractions, but you forget that one of the abstraction has some side effect that it actually overrides some other value that you care about. I don't think that's the case here, but that's a classic.
Why are we writing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in binary?
Yeah, so this is the I would guess that this is the bit addressing within the byte. So you're counting up from 0. So you have 0, 1, 2, 3. And you see the registers. I think the registers were the 14, 15, 16.
Okay.
So that would be we'd be going through the 8 bits of a byte in our addressing. So we were this would be then used to set the value of 1 byte is my guess of what this is. And now we see they're also using the debug information to leak some data from that bit.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah.
Verifying it, and back over at Straw Hat. How are they? Actually, you know what? I think it's time. It's 1 minute away. We're really close to our second hint, so let's make sure we're ready to go and let them know that. And we'll see if this one's a go. I don't know that. This is, again, one of those where I don't know it. All right, where it's time right now. So go ahead and make sure we go and send out the hint.
Yeah.
Make sure we go out and send out the hints. Mason, make sure we. Is he going out to send the hint?
Yeah. We are I think running on the. Yeah. We are. Running on a slightly smaller crew than previous right now, so we have to like do a little bit of like double duty. Double duty.
Everyone's doing multiple things.
Yeah. So.
Oh, apparently our times were not correct to the second. They were correct to the minute, but not to the second.
I see. That makes sense.
Still got a few more seconds. Sorry about the false alarm.
Yeah.
All right.
But anyway,
now it is.
If we take a look here at HypeBoy, so they were doing this thing where I think they are actually leaking this. What I was saying, they were addressing bit by bit, and I think they are leaking.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, they already knew that.
Yeah.
So no one was surprised by that.
There was just the hint was just that you can
by
go
the way,
out.
HypeBoy didn't even look at the hint. By the way,
yeah.
You notice that? They're like, I don't need your stinking hint, and they're not wrong. I don't think they do.
So you can see here, I think that this is then getting the results of that leak. Like you're sending the commands, you're building up the commands to leak.
And then the debug
the
print will
bits,
give
and the
you.
debug print will give you the values. Oh yes, right. This is what I found useful with the debug when I was solving this, because the other way to like read data or like print data is that you print characters, and the way you print characters is that there's like you fill up a register with bits, like you call like the print bit thing or whatever, and every 8th call to it will like take those together and print as one byte.
On its own in the debug information itself,
or
you have to assemble it yourself?
No. Like the normal, like let's say your VM would have like a put char opcode, right? But here you have like a put bit, except the bit doesn't get printed immediately. It gets buffered and like into a block of 8 bits and then printed as a byte.
Okay.
But that's kind of annoying. So if you look at the debug information, you just get the bit immediately.
Yeah.
And then you need otherwise.
So what do we? Does that look like a pointer? It doesn't.
It's not quite what I would be expecting.
No.
I think it looks a little bit.
Likewise, that looks. But that's why they're doing it. I think it's that debug information. Oh, what are we seeing on Straw Hat? Have we lost? Are they thinking?
No, they're thinking. I can see them from here. They are thinking hard.
I don't think that's ever. I mean, sometimes you see somebody just blaze right through it. But I think generally thinking can be really good. Too often people are just making movement and not progress.
I thought you were about to say, I don't ever seen that help. Like
no. I do think that's helpful.
Yeah. All right. So this is. So
13 minutes left. This is coming down.
Yep.
See if we can make it out without another. Where were we? Are we running it live?
Is it?
We just logged into a different VM. Copy something? We're examining the address. Yeah, that's not the right address.
Yeah.
So not a valid address. Trying again.
Then looking at the mapping.
So we're on HypeBoy, by the way. Sorry, we weren't really.
Yeah.
Clear.
And
our producer's got us. We're good.
Yeah.
Producer Mason.
Oh. That is like it is a number, but it doesn't really look like a good number.
No.
Well, actually, so they are. You see that they are printing. No, okay, they're using that as an address, and then, I think they're trying to figure out what went wrong there with the leak. Like there's something misaligned potentially, or maybe, I don't know.
Almost feels like something you put into an LM and you'd be like, I've got a bug. Some of the bugs in this class of bug, you can be like, what did I do wrong? And they're like, oh, well, this just doesn't make sense. Right?
Actually, that looked.
Yeah, that's a pointer. That was a pointer.
That looked kind of good.
That was main. See? Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's good progress.
So then they can, do the win, so that you can take the main and then you subtract the main offset and you add the win offset, and that is good progress. So now you have done the leak, and now you just need to do the right. And
or do you calculate the difference, or do you just write those bits over?
So
You probably just write the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because if there's overflow.
yeah,
in your,
well,
yeah,
at least you need to do 6 bytes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
The two top bytes will be 0 in both cases. You can probably get away with
I
less.
think you need less than that. Yeah.
No,
exactly.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think you
like
do it
the
3 maybe.
Yeah,
Because
3.
it was a 2 byte offset difference, and then if there's an
Right,
like a carry or
3
whatever.
3 bytes should be enough
Yeah.
for doing.
Although
this.
I don't, there's no cost to this. It's not like you're.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's a
Yeah.
expensive operation.
Right.
Takes some time.
I
But
guess
here.
but typically you would just have this in a loop and like shift things. And
Yeah. So at this point, the difference between 6 and 3 is
Yeah, it's like
not,
whatever.
not major.
Actually, there is a cost. Your code that you input. Now I just remember this. The code that you input to the VM has a maximum
Does
size.
it have that much?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And I remember, I believe I had like a very naive approach in my first attempt,
Yeah.
which
too
wouldn't
big.
fit.
Okay.
So
Could run into that.
yeah,
All right. Well, here we go. There's.
6.
Let's see.
Okay. They're doing. Looking promising, I think. Yeah, they're definitely, they are on that. Yeah,
Yep.
they're getting there.
Yeah.
Trying to see, they're putting all of this into trying to put this into like a function, or if okay. Are they going to? Oh, this is okay. They're changing the read to, so that's change the opcode 2 and 3.
Oh,
That's a read
for
and a
read
write. Right.
And
So
write the same value back out.
yeah. So they wanna.
And they just didn't want to fix. They didn't know the select all shift tab or less than to unindent, and so they put it into an if true. Because they copied and pasted from the for loop above.
Yeah,
And so instead of deleting all the tabs, they just did if true. That's what you saw, like editing the lines and like editing the text.
Oh,
that's why they put the
that
if true
what
there.
is okay.
They
that's,
were just
that's
like,
kind of
yeah, they didn't know a quick VS Code command to like select and unindent.
That's actually kind of funny. If
That's
that's true.
it's almost exactly what happened. I guarantee you.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Because like you could literally see him start to erase the tabs and then add them back, and then be like, and then it's true.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like, whatever.
For our viewers, if you you can just select all the text and do Shift Tab, and it will unindent it.
Or if you're in NeoVim mode in VS Code, less than, I think, is my hotkey of choice.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So, is that it? That might have. I mean, that code is actually close. I'm just taking a quick look at Straw Hat, just to make sure. I don't think we're
let's move over to
missing
Straw
anything
Hats.
there.
We see Straw Hats. Yeah, they're kind of doing the leak. I almost said lead. Like read and leak smashed into one word. You see, no, that's input. So I think that's some stuff they're leaking out. I think they might not be using the debug stuff and printing the.
The hard way.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that yet, but like if that's true,
Yeah.
that could be
Well,
costly.
again, I think we already know that HypeBoy sort of looks like their head. Now, we've been wrong before. That's
We have
for sure.
absolutely been wrong. I remember the very first live CTF match 2 years ago.
We were so close to the one that got done, and then the other team got it by like about 3 seconds or 2 seconds.
It was like 5-6 key presses on the keyboard difference.
Yeah.
So that was crazy.
And it was the team we weren't watching that was doing it.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go back to HypeBoy, because I do think HypeBoy is looking closer at this point. They're just trying to fix to write the.
Oh, they're doing set 1, set 0. They're like, oh yeah, so those are the bits. So they have a helper function for like writing a 1 and writing a 0, and they were just like encoding their things, I think, into.
Calls to the function.
Yeah, but now I'm trying to see where they
They're at
ended
main
up.
plus 60. So.
Yeah.
All right, we are coming in
We have
close
6 minutes left.
here. Oof. So
we need
to make sure our
worrying, but yeah, we do have we have a sudden death challenge
just in case.
Yeah. So that is all.
Make sure the booth is ready for that. I mean, this is doable though. This is still very doable.
No, this is very doable. Like
this looks like just tweaking. Main is that okay? Is that the return from main?
Yes.
Is that what they overwrote? And they're checking.
Start.
0. Oh, they're changing all the set 1s to set 0. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit unsure about exactly what's going on here.
Oh, 2-9.
But
That's a random.
the leak seems to be working, right? They have
Yeah, but now I'm less confident that they're. I don't think they know. Well, they might know. Certainly, they know their code better than we do, but
we'll
I'm
see.
not.
I'm very worried when they start doing like.
Why are you? Yeah, why are
you-
you looking at Lipsy's start main call? That shouldn't.
Yes, you probably don't want to be in here.
What? This should not be required. I don't
Yes.
think.
Oh, they saw the win function, right? No,
They
they
absolutely did.
calculated.
calculated the
Yeah.
difference. Yeah. They
Oh, yeah, I was
100%
like
got that.
scared for a moment
Yeah,
that they
yeah,
were going to
no.
start doing like ROP with this.
No,
or
no.
something
I mean,
like,
unless they.
No.
Yeah, I don't know why they would. They know there's a win. They know the offset from main from it, and they have their leak. They just need to write the value to the right stack offset.
Yep.
So maybe they don't have the right. Yeah. So the right offset I think is probably not right. Do you got any updates over from Straw Hat?
No, but we can go over and look a little bit Straw Hats here and see that they're still like going a bit back and forth here on their strings on libc. Oh, this is worrying though. Like they are. They're just looking at. Oh, so they might be. Are they? Did they miss that there was a
win function?
A win function?
Are they trying to one gadget?
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that.
This is like the worst possible way to find version. Oh, they verifying
comparing
versions?
libc version, but the libc versions should not matter. Like
right.
you should.
You're not using any offsets.
No,
from
no,
there.
no.
Well, at least in the intended solution.
Well,
not,
yes, of
so.
course. No, but they. Oh no, they are opening. They're opening libc in IDA. I don't like the path that this is going down. This is not what we need to be doing at this point. And it was it was sad because like in the function list on the left, the win function was highlighted. So I don't know, but I haven't seen any reference to it in.
Well, but have they? Yeah. Well, I think. Yeah, my guess is at this point it's HypeBoy or Sudden Death.
Yeah, so let's go over and look again at HypeBoy and see what they're up to. We just want to see a little bit of that output in the debugger to see where we are going. But now you're getting to this position, right, where a lot of things start to seem a little bit odd, just like tweaking things in the... Ooh, is that? No? Okay. Yeah, I started to get a little bit overexcited there for a moment.
We've also got several copies of the same code where it's easy to forget something.
Yeah.
But
so this is
that the shell? What is that?
No,
That's just
it should have been. Well, they thought it would be the shell, but
LS. Oh, that's right. They were trying to run LS.
But then it so they believe that they are close.
I'm not convinced.
But it doesn't look like it.
Okay.
And they are double checking the. Or like they are doing the breakpoint here, and then they're looking at the top of the stack. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to see what was on top of the stack, and we are really getting down
they
to...
They did fix up one offset based on that.
Okay, yeah, they are going to have to be very fast now because we have about a minute or so left on this.
Make sure he's ready.
And yeah,
I would love for them to get it, but also we can't give them extra time. We gotta be fair.
It's 100 seconds left right now, so we have 1 minute 40. It is doable, but it's, you know, if there's just a small error,
they've been 1 minute away for 10 minutes.
Right.
That
is
it's like that kind of,
you know, it's like nuclear
feeling.
fusion.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is very unfortunate. And then it looks like we're going to have to go to a sudden death. Is that? Oh, it's so close. Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate. But I think this is unfortunately going to end here.
Straw Hat won't win that. I think they're
No,
probably
unfortunately, that is. So this is going to have to go to sudden death. I'm just waiting for a final confirmation from our production. Yeah, so we are done with this, and yeah, we should then inform the players about this if we have.
Is that officially timed?
Let's see. We're gonna have to check. I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Yeah, oh my.
Oh.
Thank you for choosing to hack with us today. The hall is closed until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Well, that's
Please check your
actually.
schedule or Hacker Tracker for more DEF CON events and activities for the rest of the building until 10 a.m. Again, attention DEF CON hackers.
They're closing the hall on us.
Hack with us today. The hall is closed until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay.
Hack the planet.
Do we want to do the sudden death first thing tomorrow morning instead?
I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, it's gonna be annoying for the players.
It is. I don't know how much they're gonna kick us out in
I
the right
think.
away, but
I
so we should be okay.
I think
should
we're
be
okay. I think we're okay.
Yeah.
This should be a quick. So yeah. So what just happened now is that we are stopping this challenge, and we are just setting up the sudden death challenge. So which Josh is doing right at this moment, and then we will get that started. And yeah, this one is going to be it's going to be rough because this sudden death is very sudden, very easy.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Oh no, they got it.
Oh
They
no, are you
had
serious?
Yeah.
Was it that close?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
that close.
man.
That is so unfortunate. But
Is it
I mean,
actually? Did they actually get get a
I
shell
think
there?
they did. Like I think I saw. Yeah.
Attention.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. They were like.
Speakers applies to you too. If you are in here with a human badge, please.
I'm gonna go talk to our overlords here.
Yeah. All
That
right.
switched to us. There we are. Okay.
Yes.
So hey, everybody.
Hello again. We are prepared for the sudden death challenge. Final match of the day. Final sudden death of the day.
Let's go.
And we're doing in
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
So yes.
Okay, and we might be a little loud, so they're playing music.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can ask them to maybe turn the music down.
I hope
because
this
that's
is
a little annoying.
not coming through in the.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
Thank
so
you,
I think
Vito.
somebody realized that we were still on camera.
Yeah. So
Sudden
this
death.
one is no. Okay. Sorry. This is not the.
The sudden one.
No. Yeah.
I
Well,
hope it's
this
sudden.
is also sudden. This is called "You Only Get It Once." So it is like a one gadget related thing.
So who can find the one gadget the fastest?
Yeah, it's basically basically what it does. It's here, like we can see it on Straw
On
Hat's
Straw Hats,
screen.
yeah.
It will
Oop,
print
we're
the
good.
address of the puts function.
And then you must calculate the one gadget from that.
Yeah,
And then you give it the address and it goes to it?
yeah.
Okay.
That is back exactly. If we move over to HypeBoy's screen, we could just about see them running the one gadget tool, and they have found a couple of offsets. So and then they have the offset of puts. So like now with a little bit of arithmetic, they should have a potential 1 gadget, and they should be able to fire this off against the remote. And there are a couple of options you can, like a couple of gadgets you can choose from depending on your constraints.
They are at Straw Hat. Straw Hat just now started rating their payload, so
yeah,
I think HypeBoy is probably likely to win, which I think.
I mean, it is, well deserved, I would say. But let's not just
you can't count it until it hatches.
Mm-hmm.
They got to actually run it.
So they are pasting the code. What are they doing?
They got to run it in their VM.
Yes.
What's interesting is the Straw Hat's writing their payload in their VM, so they had one less step there.
Okay, and there was some kind of small issue there. The int object is not. They had misordered the int object's not iterable. They are. Right, they forgot to
was that it? No.
No, so they had one a 1 gadget that was. They were trying one of the offsets, and they're just trying another one of them. We'll see if this will work. No, they're trying.
I don't know why these gadgets would not be working though.
Yeah.
That feels like something else is wrong.
No, well, I mean, there are reasons
there
why.
Are constraints on the.
Yeah. But there we have it,
it,
and then that is.
Oh my goodness, it's so close.
Yeah, but there is a match.
All right, congratulations. Whew.
Okay.
Very good.
Well, we'll just do a quick outro here. Thanks very much for watching today. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Yep. And you can check out the streams, everything, LiveCTF.com. Check it out. See you back tomorrow. And have a great day.
Good night.
Good night.